Forgive me, as at the start of every major part of the hearing day, I must remind those who have mobile devices that they may use them to transmit what is going on in the hearing room to the outside world after 10 minutes have elapsed since the event that they're describing. That's so as to fit in with the 10-minute delay on the live stream. The devices may not be used to record proceedings or take photographs. Yes, Mr. Warrington.
HN 122, good afternoon. Once you're established in the field, how hands-on were the SDS management in terms of how you conducted your deployment?
Day to day, it would be for me to decide what was appropriate, but it would always be in consultation if there was something untoward with the manager.
Did management ever seek specific information from you?
Yes, from time to time there would be an inquiry as to whether I knew a certain person or what I knew about an event.
Being careful as to any sensitivities, how would any query for you ordinarily be communicated?
Normally at one of the two regular meetings, after a round-robin session, then you'd be taken aside and it would be communicated verbally.
All right, we'll address those in due course. In your witness statement, I think you say that you would consider whether any question from management asked about your targets went beyond the legal and ethical boundaries of police work. Do you remember saying that?
No.
All right, let's bring it up. So it's page 19, paragraph 64. So paragraph 63, you tell us that the managers might give you particular questions on which they needed a response, and then at 64 you say it was a two-way process. I'd consider whether the question was one to which I could provide an answer in a way that was consistent with my legend and which did not go beyond the legal and ethical boundaries of police work as I understood them. If it had not satisfied these criteria, I would have told my managers as much. It was about protecting myself personally as an intelligent gathering asset in the long term. Does that refresh your memory?
Yes, I think that's an answer I gave in response to a question about going beyond legal and ethical boundaries. I'm not trying to suggest I was ever asked to.
All right. Did you, in your own mind, have any idea of what those legal and ethical boundaries were?
Well, as I say, I think, as I recall, that was in response to a question phrased in those terms, and that's the answer I gave.
All right. Would you apply your mind if you were tasked to find out a certain bit of communication, bit of information? Forgive me. Would you apply your own mind as to whether ethically that was appropriate?
I don't think the situation ever arose, nor would I have expected it to.
All right. Legally?
Likewise.
Thank you. Now, you say in your witness statement that there were occasions when you were asked to find out more about a group that was peripheral to one of your core groups or considered to be a front organisation. Do you remember that?
I have to see the context,
Right.
I'm afraid.
Yeah. Okay, paragraph 65 this time. So, as is dealt with in more detail below, there were definitely occasions when I was asked to find out more about peripheral groups or front organisations, but these were exclusively based on opportunities that had presented themselves to me and where I was comfortable in relative terms that the potential benefit justified the additional risk. I was not directed towards organisations which did not have some form of link to either the RCP or class war. Does that help refresh your memory?
Yes.
Now, I think later in your witness statement you give the specific example of the Irish Freedom Movement, so
Yeah.
IFM being considered as a front group to the RCP. Do you remember giving that example?
Yes.
And I think you go on to say in that statement that you required the approval of SDS managers in order to attend one of their events. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
All right. Does it follow that there were occasions when your targeting might have extended to groups that were not your core groups, or was it always limited to the RCP or class war?
No, I think if another organisation or group had become involved in an event, say, there would be an opportunity for me to engage in conversation with those individuals. I may not know how relevant that group was, and therefore I would ask advice on it.
Advice from whom? SDS management?
Yes, yeah.
When it came to attending events that were not directly related to your core group, did you require management approval?
I don't know approval, but I would certainly discuss it with them as to whether it was a benefit or not.
All right. And would you always seek to have those sorts of discussions?
Yes.
You say in your witness statement that you believe more questions were asked by your managers in respect of class war than the RCP. Do you remember saying that?
Not specifically, but yes, I may well have done.
All right. Do you know why more questions were asked about class war than the other group?
I think purely because they were more active in a more concerning manner.
Now, you've just touched on that when you were in the field there would be meetings twice a week, is that right?
Yes.
And I think it's common ground that that would involve other undercover officers and managers within the SDS at one of the two SDS safe houses or flats that they would have had in operation at the time.
That's correct.
And you had round-robin discussions, is that right?
Yes, individually we would give an update of what we were doing in general terms, what upcoming events there were and so on.
You say in your witness statement that these meetings provided an opportunity to share examples. Do you remember saying that?
Examples of what, sorry?
Well, that's what you just say examples. Well, that was going to be my question. Can you remember what you meant when you refer to examples being shared?
Examples of difficulties in maintaining cover or general day-to-day operation.
You also mentioned that at the meetings occasional vignettes to illustrate some piece of advice were shared. Did these ever extend to the possibility of sexual relationships?
No.
Something else you mentioned was that at the meetings was that the managers would assess each undercover officer's welfare and state of mind. Can you remember how they went about doing that?
As far as I was aware, by observation, and if they felt appropriate, they could take them aside and speak to them.
Would you ever have had one-on-one time with your managers during these meetings?
From time to time, if an issue arose, yes.
You describe the meetings as informal and sometimes involving a social aspect or going for a drink afterwards. Do you remember giving that description in
Yes.
your witness statement? Were operational matters ever discussed in the social context?
No.
What sort of things, say for example, if people went for a drink, what sort of things would be spoken about?
Oh, it might be family or hobbies or what, same as anybody going to the pub would speak about.
Women ever spoken about?
Possibly.
Can you remember if you ever heard anything derogatory or sexist in that context?
No.
I think it's right that you deployed towards the end of 1989, and your deployment concluded around September 1993. Is that right?
That's right.
All right. Can we just look at a document, please, which is B17 of the hard copy bundle? It's UCPI 26278. Now, this is a security service document, a loose minute, which bears your unique identifier, which is ciphered at the top right of the document. And we can see under the heading Revolutionary Communist Party, it says the review of RCP is now being completed and that it has been decided that it poses an insufficient threat to national security to warrant further investigation by F2. And in manuscript at the bottom left of that document, there's a note that says, I'll stop these reports, awaiting reply from G branch officer before doing so. Document is dated November, 16th of November 1990. Was this assessment ever communicated to you?
The only first and only time I was aware of it was when the inspector informed me that we're no longer continuing coverage.
And was that around November 1990 or was that later?
No, that was later.
Looking back at what you were doing in November 1990, would you say that that was an accurate assessment that the RCP pose an insufficient threat to national security?
It wasn't my role to assess the threat to national security as a whole. I was only privy to the information I was gathering in my particular area.
You say you formed no opinion at all as to the group that you'd infiltrated?
Well,
their security threat?
I'm led to believe now that this was at the time when the definition of subversion was modified.
Did you have any view at that time as to whether the RCP was a threat to national security or not?
At that time, I had no doubt that they were a threat, yes.
Can we look, please, at UCPI 27600? It's B19 of the hard copy bundle. It's another security service file note dated the 19th of February 1991. I just want to look at what it says under your cipher there, bottom of the page on page 1. Going on to page 2, it says, I informed HSDS that F2 had discontinued their study of the Revolutionary Communist Party on the grounds that they were no longer considered a significant subversive threat. However, T was still interested in any Irish reports stemming from the RCP front organisation, Irish Freedom Movement. I'd been chasing T branch officer for a reply to my LM, I think that's loose minute, of the 11th of December on HM122's file. I'd finally received oral confirmation on the 11th of February that T branch did want IFM reports. I asked HSDS if it would be possible to send only Irish reports, but if it were not, then to send all HM122's reports and I would weed out the RCP. HSDS was content to do the former. Out of the last 14 reports, December 90 to February 91, only one referred to IFM. However, interestingly, he then reflected aloud on SDS's ability to continue to justify their RCP source purely on law and order grounds. Like our view of their subversive threat, there was little law and order threat either. So that's a record arising out of a conversation between the Security Service and Martin Gray and HN86. Were these assessments of the level of threat posed by the RCP communicated to you at the time?
No.
Did you, or looking back, would you agree with the STS assessment that your deployment was difficult to justify on law and order grounds and that there was a little law and order threat?
Yes, that would seem reasonable.
Did you apply your own mind to that at the time? Did you think about the law and order threat posed by the RCP around February 1991?
It was always a component, but as far as I was aware, my primary objective was to collect the intelligence on the members.
Did you ever raise with your managers any concern as to whether this group at that stage continued to merit infiltration?
No, that wasn't my decision.
You were in the group and it was your intelligence that was being gathered. Did you not think that they would be better informed if you were to give them the benefit of what you thought about the threat level of the group at the time?
No, as I say, I didn't have a full picture of the activities of the RCP.
And now we know that your intelligence reporting on the RCP continued until around March 1992. Do you know why it took a year for you to be diverted away from the RCP?
No.
Can we look at UCPI 30162, please? And this is tab C68 of the hard copy bundle. Yes, UCPI 30162. Thank you. This is an intelligence report attributed to you dated the 14th of August 1991, and I just want to look at what it says at paragraph 2. It's on Saturday the 10th of August 1991, the Revolutionary Communist Party held its annual anti-internment march under the auspices of its front organisation, the Irish Freedom Movement. The march was held from Islington Town Hall, Upper Street N1, to Whittington Park, Holloway Road N19, between 2 and 4 p.m, with a rally at the park until 5 p.m. There was no disorder. And then next, please, UCPI 30290, which is C81 of the hard copy bundle. Again, just want to look at the introductory paragraph of this report attributed to you, dated the 4th of December 1991, which says, on Wednesday the 27th of November 1991, the Irish Freedom Movement, a front organisation of the Revolutionary Communist Party, held a public meeting at 7:30 p.m. at the Camden Irish Centre, Murray Street, NW1, entitled The Myth of Tit for Tat. The meeting was attended by about 120 people, of whom about 70 were RCP IFM activists. The unusually high turnout of RCP activists was probably designed to maintain the political focus of the meeting, as the larger than usual audience of Irish people would otherwise have reduced it to the level of simple support for the Republican cause. So these are reports focused on IFM activity. Was it ever communicated to you that the security service remained interested in intelligence regarding the Irish freedom movement?
Not that I recall, no.
Were these the sorts of events that related to a front group that would require your manager approval before you attended them?
I'm not sure in the case of the IFM that was run by members of the RCP, so possibly not.
Can we look next, please, at UCPI 30706, which is at B22 of the hard copy bundle, 30706. Now, this is a security service file note dated the 15th of May, 1991. It relates to a visit by the security service to the SDS and a meeting with DI Agent 86. I just want to look at something that's said under your cipher at page 2, paragraph 8, I think. And it says, I clarified F2's residual interest in minor Trotskyist groups and in particular referred to RCP. If information came their way that would update our records on individual RCP members, then we would still be interested to receive it in addition to our previously declared remaining interest in our RCP Irish activities. I said there was a residual interest desk, F2. Were you informed at the time that the security service remained interested in up-to-date information about RCP members?
No.
Does it follow that before your managers spoke to you about redirecting you to another group, you hadn't been told about the lack of interest on subversion grounds in relation to this group?
That's correct. I had no idea.
You hadn't been told about the lack of interest on public order grounds by the SDS?
No.
You hadn't been told that the security service was still keen to receive intelligence on the IFM?
No.
You hadn't been told that the security service was still keen to receive intelligence despite its assessment of the RCP on individual members?
No.
Had you been aware that of the change of attitude by the security service and the SDS in relation to this group at the time, would you have continued to have provided such information?
As soon as SDS management had decided that they weren't covering it, I would have been withdrawn. As far as I knew at the time, that's what had happened.
Had it been communicated to you, however, that this group was no longer of significant interest, but no one said anything to you about redirecting your deployment or anything like your target or anything like that? Would you have raised this with the management, or would you have just carried on?
I'm sorry, but it's highly hypothetical. I can't, off the top of my head, think of a situation where they would tell me it was no longer of interest, but please keep doing it.
I see. Do you accept, However, given what you've told us, that it's apparent that the group was no longer of interest, but you were still tasked to continue your infiltration and provide information on that group.
From these documents I've been shown, I suppose so.
Could we look, please, at UCPI 30338, which is at C1 of the hard copy bundle. This is a report, HM122, attributed to you, dated the 15th of December 1989. It's the earliest report that the inquiry is located that was produced by you. And it relates to we can see from paragraph 2, a public meeting of the Communist Party of Britain, Marxist-Leninist. And at paragraphs 5 to 6, one can see that information was provided about a local government officer and a school teacher with two young children. Why did you report on this particular group?
As far as I recall, that was part of my initial deployment, was to go to some meetings of the extreme left wings so they could see how they operated, and if I was to make the wrong remark or not be careful and was called out, then there would be no harm done. I went to a number of meetings like that. I don't recall this one in particular.
As far as you're aware at the time, was there any relationship between the RCB and the Communist Party of Britain?
No.
Given that your attendance at these sorts of meetings were a tester, for want of a better expression, was it appropriate to report intelligence on this group?
My understanding was that that organisation was of interest on a national security basis of their extreme views, and therefore I reported it. Whether it was relevant or not was for others to decide.
Was that right, your understanding, HM122? Because you say in your witness statement about this group, I cannot comment with any reliability on the extent to which the group was subversive, presented a challenge to public order, promoted violence, or was involved in other criminal activity. Is it your evidence this afternoon that your understanding was that there was a subversive interest in this group?
It was my understanding that as an extreme left-wing group, they potentially of interest, but no, I didn't have any specific knowledge and wasn't targeted against them.
No. Would you accept in hindsight that it wasn't appropriate to provide this intelligence?
Possibly.
Just want to look at, please, UCPI 26290, which is at B13 of the hard copy bundle. And this document is another security service file note dated the 20th of August 1990. And just want to examine what it says under the heading RCP on the first page. It reads, HM122 was launched in October 1990. HM122 was targeted into the RCP West London branch, but for various reasons has been slow to get off the ground. F2 and F2B talked through their ORBAT, I think that means order of battle, for the 7 to 8 London branches, including which ones had leading figures as branch members. They'll now supply a written list of these details through F4 for handing on to SDS. The list to include addresses of known RCP premises in London. SCS feel it would have been an opportune time to move HM122 to another RCP branch. Do you agree with the observation that you were slow to get off the ground?
Didn't appear to me that way at the time, no.
Can you, being careful as to any sensitivities, can you think of why you may have been considered to have been slow to get off the ground?
I don't know.
You don't know. Can you remember if a list of leading figures or details of RCP premises ever made its way to you?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Did your managers ever discuss with you moving branch within the RCP?
I know we discussed which branch I should go to, but I don't recall anything about moving branch.
And that was the West London branch, is that right?
Yes.
You told us earlier that the RCP was a security-conscious group. And did their security measures extend to vetting prospective supporters or members?
Yes.
Having approached the RCP, were you vetted in any way?
Yes.
I think you explain in your witness statement that your cover occupation being a carpet cleaner, you were invited to attend the home of a member of the RCP and clean their carpets. Is that right?
Yes, that wasn't part of the initial security procedures, but it did happen later, yes.
Yeah. And did you attend that person's home?
Yes.
Did you do any carpet cleaning?
Yes.
Did you do anything else?
Yes, I obtained some information on supporters.
What did you do?
I found a list of supporters for that local branch.
And what did you do with that list?
I copied it down and reported it.
Do you know what lawful authority you had to acquire this information whilst in somebody else's private home?
I couldn't quote Act and Section, but as far as I was concerned, that was a perfectly legitimate way of operating.
Have you thought about it since?
I've been asked about it since, but I still can't recall what authority that would fall under.
You see, in ordinary investigative policing, these sorts of things are governed by legislation, aren't they? So, for example, one could secure a warrant under the Police and Criminal Evidence Act or something like that if certain criteria were met. Is that right?
That's right.
Yeah. What made you think that it was appropriate whilst you were being tested in this way to acquire information from somebody else's home?
The Police and Criminal Evidence Act relates to evidence gathering and the admissibility of that evidence in later proceedings. I'm not aware that there's anything similar for gathering of intelligence.
All right. I mean, this was a search you conducted of this premises, wasn't it?
Not an evidential search, no.
Well, you say in your statement that you had a look around. What was the purpose of having a look around?
To see if there was any useful intelligence.
Looking back, do you maintain that there was a proper basis for you to acquire this sort of information whilst you were in somebody's private home?
I've had it suggested that there was no legal basis, but I really don't have the legal knowledge to know whether that is true or not.
At the time that you acquired this information, were you clear as to whether there was an appropriate basis for you to copy down those details and pass them to Special Branch?
I believed that there was, that was part of the role that I was performing at the time.
Was that a clear belief?
I didn't have any doubt myself.
During your attendance at that property, did you consider the possibility that you might come across personal possessions or personal information that related to the occupants?
If it was unrelated to RCP activity, I would not have been interested in it.
Can you remember if you submitted the list of names that you copied?
Yes, certainly did.
Were your managers aware of the circumstances in which you obtained that intelligence?
Yes.
Did they raise any issue with you in relation to that?
No.
UCPI 30079, please, which is at C89 of the hard copy bundle. Now, this is an intelligence report attributed to you dated the 14th of May 1992, which describes an updated flowchart showing the structure of the RCP. And if we go over to the following page, please, we can see the chart. And I think in the bottom right corner, very, very small text, there's the date April 1992, and it says there, information from SDS. And I think you accept in your witness statement that the information within this document is likely to have been derived from your intelligence. Do you remember accepting that?
Certainly some of it would be, yes.
Yeah. Is it the sort of document that you might have produced yourself?
No.
Information in relation to the regions, is that the sort of information that you might have been in a position to provide or not?
No.
Can you remember whether you ever saw this document or a document like it whilst you were deployed?
No, I never saw it.
Now, you say in your witness statement that a document like this would have been part of a regular review of the RCP, possibly one of the last by Special Branch and the Security Service, given the timing. In other words, possibly one of the last, given that we've looked at these documents already that say that interest in the RCP had diminished. Given that by November 1990, interest had diminished on the part of the Security Service and the SDS, do you have any idea why Special Branch would still be conducting a regular review into the group about 15 months later?
I have no idea.
Would you accept that continued review of this group, given what you've seen now, was probably unjustified by this time?
I really don't have enough information to judge that.
Did you reach any position of prominence whilst you were in the RCP?
No.
Can we look at MPS 0002198, please? It's at B45 of the hard copy bundle. Now, this is a Special Branch note dated the 14th of June 1999. So you're well out of the out of your deployments at this stage. Prepared by HN58. Please don't say the real name, but if you want to refresh your memory as to who that is, feel free to do so. And it's a risk assessment in relation to you that was authored some 6 years after the conclusion of your deployment. And I just want to look at something it says just below centre of the page. It says the RCP is an extremely well-disciplined and security-conscious group, and HM122's successful infiltration ensured that he became a well-known figure within the party. Is it accurate to say that you were a well-known figure within the party?
No, by the end I would be well known in the branch, but I wouldn't say within the party.
So well known within the West London branch, but not within the overall party. Is that what you're saying?
Not as far as I'm aware.
Does it follow that HN58 was wrong to describe you as well known within the party?
I don't know what the statement's based on.
What was it that you were doing within the branch that made you well known within it?
Simply being there.
Give us an idea how many, at the time of your deployment, how many people were involved in the West London branch of the RCP?
Oh, I couldn't really come up with numbers without referencing the reports I made. They would give those details.
Well, were we talking tens, hundreds, what?
Tens.
Right. Now, I think you tell us that you, in your witness statement, that it's likely that you acted as a steward for the RCP at an anti-internment march that was held on the 10th of August 1991. Do you remember saying that in your witness statement?
Not offhand, no.
No, let's bring it up. So it's page 68. Paragraph 222. Just taking it from the centre of the paragraph. As regards the anti-internment march on the 10th of August 1991, I do not know how the intelligence I provided was distributed. So I do not know how the policing of the event changed. I assume it did some good in general. It's likely I was one of the stewards on that occasion. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Right. If we look at the report in relation to that event, so it's UCPI 30162, which is at C68, please. I won't go into any detail, but we can discern from that document that the march involved 140 stewards split into 5 teams. Does it follow from that this march must have been quite a sizable event?
I suppose so, yes.
Does the fact that you were given this responsibility demonstrate that there was an element of trust in you within the RCP or within your branch of the RCP?
I assume so, yes.
RCP was divided into sort of two forms of a person involved, wasn't it? There were supporters, which was the lower tier, and the members. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
And I think you had to spend quite some time as a supporter before you considered for membership. Is that correct?
No, generally I regard it as quite a short time.
Oh, I see. Forgive me. All right. But certainly membership wasn't automatic. Many supporters supporters could be refused membership. Is that right?
As a supporter, you would attend a lot of meetings on political points, seminars, to want of a better phrase. The view of the party was that a supporter is simply somebody who isn't a party member yet, but those who didn't make the grade would be just cast aside.
And did you start off as a supporter?
Yes.
Did you ever escalate to a member?
No.
Within the local group, as a supporter, given that you've told us there was some degree of trust placed in you, did you ever reach a position where you had any influence?
No, that's purely for party members.
You've told us a little about how your infiltration of the RCP brought you into contact with the IFM. What sort of group was the IFM?
It was a group set up by the RCP simply to involve itself in discussions about Irish politics. but its role was the same as the main party, that is to gather supporters for the party.
How did you come to report on the IFM?
I ended up going to some of their meetings by invite, but I mean public fundraising meetings or a musical evening or whatever it might be.
Forgive me if it's obvious in some of the answers you've already given, but what was the relationship between the RCP and the IFM?
The IFM was completely controlled by the RCP.
And why did you report on the IFM?
As part of the RCP.
Was your assessment of the IFM similar to that of the RCP? In other words, subversive but not a particular challenge to public order?
I was never that involved in monitoring their activity, so I couldn't really give an opinion on what they did. But I believed it was justified reporting on them as part of the main party.
Can we look, please, at UCPI 30327, which is at tab C2 of the hard copy bundle? This is a report attributed to you on the Irish Freedom Movement, dated 9th of February 1990. And it relates to an IFM rally in commemoration of Bloody Sunday that was held on the 30th of January 1990. Just want to look at some of what this says. On Tuesday, the 30th of January 1990, at 7 p.m, at the McNamara Hall, Murray Street, NW1, the Irish Freedom Movement held a rally to commemorate Bloody Sunday. Approximately 200 persons attended, the vast majority of which were members of the IFM or its parent organisation, the Revolutionary Communist Party. The rally was chaired by Fiona Fox of the IFM and consisted of two speeches. The first by Terry Robson, introduced as a civil rights activist who described the events of Bloody Sunday, being an eyewitness himself, and the second by Phil Murray, the IFM spokesman, who gave the political background and its relevance today. After the speeches, food was served, and there was then a social event with Irish Republican songs by the BNI Ferryman from Liverpool. They are unlikely to be invited back, as during a rendition of an anti-homosexual song, the lead singer's remark, "What's the matter, are you queer?" was greeted with stony silence. So this was intelligence in relation to an event that involved one speaker giving an eyewitness account of what occurred on Bloody Sunday, another one who spoke about the political background and relevance of that. Why did you report this information?
Because it was activity by the RCP.
What about the information about the band that played at the event? What was the policing purpose in feeding that back to Special Branch?
It was illustrative of the problems that the RCP had in dealing with the Irish issues.
Can we look at 30353, please, which is at C7 of the bundle? This is a report on a group called Workers Against Racism, and it deals with the group's attendance in Brick Lane to oppose a BNP march. How did you come to report on Workers Against Racism?
Again, it's another organisation set up and run by the RCP.
We can see on, forgive me, did you come to any independent view as to whether this was a subversive group or a significant public order threat?
Outside of the RCP, no.
Was it necessary to report on this group?
I thought so, yes.
What was the necessity of reporting on an anti-racist group?
Because it's not a genuine anti-racist group, it's an organisation set up by the Revolutionary Communist Party to gather people who are interested in anti-racism, and from that see if they can politicise and recruit them to the party.
Thank you. Next, please, 30268, which is at C38 of the hard copy bundle, UCPI 30268. Now, this is another intelligence report attributed to you dated the 12th of October 1990, and it relates to the Hands Off the Middle East Committee demonstration in central London that occurred on the 10th of October of that year. Now, was the Hands Off the Middle East Committee, was that a group that was set up in opposition to the conflict in the Middle East at the time?
Yes.
How did you come to report on this group?
Again, it's another organisation set up and dominated by the RCP.
Did you make any sort of assessment yourself as to whether it was particularly subversive or a threat to public order?
No,
What was the reason for reporting on this group?
because it was an organisation set up and run by the RCP.
Next, 30180, please. This is C114 of the hard copy bundle. And this is a report dated the 18th of August 1992, and it relates to the Hackney Community Defence Association. I just want to read out what it says, please. The Hackney Community Defence Association has obtained a radio scanner to monitor police communications in the Hackney area. The HCDA is particularly interested in monitoring the activities of a Hackney police unit headed by a sergeant which it believes is specifically targeting anarchists in the area. How did you come to report on the HCDA?
I really don't recall.
No. Do you remember if you made any assessment as to whether this was a subversive group or a threat to public order?
I don't recall this report, so I could speculate on where my information came from, but...
Well, don't speculate, but if I suppose you're not going to assist me if I ask you why you submitted intelligence in relation to this group.
I don't recall doing so.
Let's see if another report helps you. It's UCPI 30195, which is at C116 of the hard copy bundle. Now, this report relates to something you told us about this morning, which was class war activity. This relates to the Class War Federation in East London, but we can see against the heading of other organisations. It says 4 members of the Hackney Community Defence Association monitoring police action. And at the main body of the report, we can see reference to the Summer of Discontent rally tour, which is something I think you told us this morning prompted your redeployment into class war. Does that assist you in any way in remembering why you were reporting on the Hackney Community Defence Association?
I'm not sure where that report is produced, but I assume it does contain information supplied by me, at least in part.
It's attributed to you.
So, as a matter of fact, if they were at a meeting organised by Class War, then I would report the fact that they were at that meeting.
I see. But you can't help us with the earlier report that simply deals with the HCDA in isolation.
As I say, I speculate it was conversation that I heard between Class War members.
All right. Let's look a little closely at class war then, please. And you said in your witness statement that you've been provided. Now, I ought to explain, I suppose, first, that the way this process started in terms of getting your witness statement together is you're provided with the documents from the inquiry. Is that right?
I have been provided with some documents from the inquiry, yes.
And the inquiry provided you with all the intelligence reporting that it had, which it considered to be attributable to you. Do you remember that process?
Yes.
And you said in your witness statement that you'd been provided with fewer intelligence reports than you recollect writing, and you think you submitted about 400 to 500 reports during the course of your deployment. Do you remember saying that?
Not specifically, but it sounds right, yes.
Can you remember how much of your total reporting, or what proportion would have been attributed to the RCP and what proportion to class war?
No, I can't.
You can't, all right. I want to look at a document, please, that doesn't feature in the hard copy bundle, but it's UCPI 22281, please. Now, this is a document dated the 18th of September 1987. It's a security service file note. So before you, a couple of years before you deployed HM122, and it relates to a visit to the STS and a meeting with Detective Inspector Eric Docker. And if we look at page 2, please, paragraph 6, there's a comment about class war, and it says this: the class war collective is regarded as of no interest by SDS, who view it as at most a collection of half a dozen hooligans. SDS believe the local police attribute far too much common vandalism to the CWC. Do you see that?
Yes, I can see that.
Now, before you were retargeted to class war, were you aware of the existence of the group?
What, class war?
Yes.
Yes.
Were you aware that there was a time when the STS wasn't interested in this group?
I don't know the history of its coverage.
All right. Can you remember when you were retargeted towards this group in 1992, what you were told by your managers as to what it was about the group, what the group was doing that merited infiltration, or why the STS was interested in class war?
From my recollection, it was primarily on public disorder.
Can we look, please, at UCPI 30713, which is B24 of the hard copy bundle. Just to put a date on things, HM122, this is a security service file note dated the 16th of January 1992. And it relates to a visit by the security service to the STS meeting with Detective Inspector HN67. If you need to remind yourself of that individual's name, please do so. And it says that HM122 can be moved sideways from the RCP. It's just below centre of the first page. Do you see that? Were you aware at this time that consideration was being given to moving you away from the RCP?
I can't recall the date that I was informed, so I don't know if this was before or after.
All right. Were you aware that the security service were informed as to what groups you were in, or what the SDS intentions were for you and that sort of thing, where you were living, other information in relation to your deployment?
No, I wasn't.
Can you remember when the issue of your retargeting was first raised?
No, I don't.
Being careful as to names, can you remember who it was raised by?
Yes.
Thank you.
HN 86.
Were you consulted in your redeployment?
I believe the conversation went along the lines that coverage is ceasing
In the RCP?
in the ICP,
Yep.
and that therefore you would have to withdraw from the field unless there was another area which you felt you could move to.
And was it the management that suggested class war to you, or was it the other way around?
Quite possibly it was me that suggested it, but I can't be certain.
All right. Can you remember what input you had in relation to your redeployment?
Well, there was a lot of discussion as to whether it was feasible, whether it would stand up to scrutiny and so on, and how I would manage anybody out there who thought it wasn't feasible or it was unusual. What would I say and how would I say it, and would that stand up to scrutiny?
Was that because the appearance would be of somebody who was involved in the RCP leaving and then becoming interested in class war? Was that
On
the
face
issue
of it seemed unusual, and therefore it had to be covered.
were these groups that cared for one another in particularly?
No, not at all.
No. Who had the final say as to what your next target would be? Was it you or management?
No, the management.
And I think it's right that by about April 1992, your infiltration of class war was underway. Is that right?
It sounds right.
Do you want me to help you? Let's look at UCPI 30714, which is B26 of the hard copy bundle. This is a Security Service file note dated the 15th of April 1992, relates to a Security Service visit to the SDS, meeting with DCIH in 86 and DIH in 67 on the 14th of April 1992. And at paragraph, about centre of the page, I think it's paragraph 2, there's a record there, HM122, new address, flat 7 Coventry Road, Ilford, had been retargeted against CWF, which stands for Class War Federation. Is that right?
Yes, it does.
Had successfully joined Class War Federation in East London, who had welcomed the next RCP supporter with interest. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. And I've used the term class war, but is it right that the proper title of the organisation when you first infiltrated was Class War Federation?
There were a number of splits and amalgamations and history behind them. I really can't remember the details now.
Well, we're going to get to a split that occurred whilst you were involved, and we'll look at the names then. Can we start by looking at UCPI 30081, please, which is at C90 of the hard copy bundle. That is an intelligence report attributed to you, dated the 19th of May 1992. And it says this: since the recent division of London class war into 3 autonomous branches, south, east and west, confusion and lack of direction have been the order of the day. Only one, East London, has even held proper branch meetings, the others relying on informal meetings in various public houses, and even then have failed to agree a strategy or any action beyond paper sales and a broad commitment to a poster campaign. Most groups are now awaiting the national conference in Birmingham on the weekend of the 30th, 31st of May 1992, in the hope that someone may have an inspiration for a summer campaign of some sort. Now, can you remember, was there a degree of division within London class war by the time that you came to infiltrate the group?
Yes, it was a period in which it was fragmenting all the time.
Did you, when you first infiltrated the group, did you affiliate to any particular branch or geographical area of the group or anything like that?
In general terms of North East London.
I see. Can we look now at UCPI 30121, which is at C95 of the hard copy bundle? This is a report attributed to you dated the 24th of June 1992, and it relates to some planned class war federation demonstrations against people termed as the rich at the Oxford University Shelley Ball and the Bath Opera House in June 1992. And just at the bottom of this document it says this: despite its stated intentions, London class war is totally disorganised, and it is quite likely that no activists from the capital will turn up at all. Did you find that at the time that London class war was a disorganised group?
Yes.
Did the division and disorganisation that was going on with this group in London make it difficult for you to obtain any useful intelligence?
No, I don't believe so.
Can I just look at something that you said in your witness statement with you, please? Page 53, paragraph 165. You say, I've considered the report dated 19th of May 1992, so that's a report but one that we've just seen, and recall the circumstances around the general division within class war well. The split of the groups in London was just a symptom of that problem. There was very little that I could do that was consistent with my UCO role. I certainly did not try to keep a group going in the meantime, in common with the other activists. I waited for the national conference later that month to clarify things. What did you mean when you said that there was very little that you could do that was consistent with your UCO role?
I'm not sure what I meant when I said that. Again, it looks like I was responding to a particular question, but the issue was that there was no definitive actions or branches or members or leaders to report on, because it was all waiting for this summer conference to see how it would sort itself out.
Is it a fair observation to say that at that stage in your deployment, the group was, in London at least, was ineffectual?
As an organisation, yes.
Yeah. Did you tell your managers that this was an ineffectual group?
Yes.
Did they express any concerns as to whether you should continue with this deployment, given the state the group was in London?
I think they wanted to wait for this summer conference and to see what would happen.
I see. Just want to ask you about some of the things you did whilst involved in the group. And the inquiry, HM122, for your information, has received a witness statement from one of its core participants called Norman Blair. And he was involved in class war during the period of your deployment. And in his witness statement, signed and dated the 24th of July of this year, he says that someone else remembers that you had a car and that you'd collect copies of the group's paper or newspaper, Class War, from the printers, to deliver to other groups, including a journey to a motorway service station on the M4 to hand over copies to members of the Bristol Class War group. And that's what's part of the evidence that he's given. Do you remember if that's something that you did whilst you were infiltrating Class War?
No, I don't recall that.
Are you sure that you didn't courier Class War literature on occasion on behalf of the group?
No, I may well have done, but I have no clear recollection
I see.
of going down to the M4.
All right. So you may well have delivered papers, but you can't remember the precise geographical locations to where you took them. Is that a fair summation?
I certainly have no recollection of driving down the M4 to Newbury.
Do you have any recollection of going anywhere else?
Not specifically, no, but it's quite possible.
Does it follow that others within the group must have had a degree of trust in you if you were asked to undertake the delivery of papers?
If I did, then I assume so, yes.
Can we look at 30092 at C91, please, of the hard copy bundle? This is a report attributed to UHM 122 dated the 3rd of June 1992. And it relates to a series of Class War Federation rallies. I just want to have a look at what it says. Class War is arranging a series of rallies called the Summer of Discontent Rally Tour to be held in areas where riots or mini-riots have erupted throughout Great Britain. Each rally will be addressed by a speaker from Los Angeles who witnessed the riots there by the usual speakers from Class War. The speaker from Los Angeles is in fact an anarchist who lived in America for 10 years, who was active with an American anarchist publication, Profane Existence. Dates and venues are to be arranged at the suggestion of members and included so far Newcastle, the Meadowell Estate, Leeds, Chapeltown, Bristol, Hartcliffe, Birmingham, Handsworth, and as a finale, London, Notting Hill, coinciding with the carnival. The object of all this is to spread Class War's influence, whilst it is not their intention to actually start any disturbances. If the police overreact in their coverage of these events, Class War hopes that local youths will be antagonised into causing trouble, thus adding even greater notoriety for the organisation. Infiltration of Class War, you told us, was on public order grounds by June 1992. You were reporting that it wasn't the group's intention to start any disturbances. Is that right?
Yes.
There are a number of locations mentioned in this report. Do you remember whether your infiltration of the Class War Federation took you outside of London?
Yes, certainly on one occasion.
In your witness statement, you say at least half a dozen times over an 18-month period. Does that...
It may have been.
I see. And for what reasons would you travel as a result of your infiltration of the group?
To attend a conference, certainly on one occasion, to attend events on another.
Did you inform your managers when you travelled with the group?
Yes.
Every time?
Yes.
Did you inform them if you planned to stay away overnight?
Yes.
Did they ever challenge you or explore the necessity for you to leave London or to stay away?
We would always discuss whether it was necessary or not, yes.
Being careful about any operational sensitivities. On the occasions that you did travel, were any measures ever taken in order to manage any risks to you?
Yes, if there was certainly one event I recall where one of the managers went to the local area to liaise with the local police.
Did you attend any of the rallies that are mentioned in this report?
Not outside of London, no. I'm not even sure these rallies actually took place. It was the plan.
You've told us that you did spend time away overnight. When you did, typically where would you stay?
Just in another Class War member's house or squat or whatever it was.
And what would the sleeping arrangements be like?
Just a sleeping bag on the floor or the settee.
I think it's right. You tell us in your witness statement that there was an occasion where you stayed in a flat that was the home of several members of the band Chumbawamba in Leeds. Is that right?
Yes.
So at least one occasion where you were outside of London overnight, yeah?
Yes.
Did you ever stay in family homes?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever stay in addresses where children were present?
Not that I recall, no.
Did you ever consider that staying at other people's homes may have been overly intrusive?
No.
Why not?
It was purely by invite as a class war activist.
I mean, it may have been by invite, but the activists didn't know who you really were, did they? Did you ever apply your mind to whether it was appropriate to spend the night in somebody else's home?
Well, I've always considered the circumstances of where it was planned we would stay, but as a class war activist, that's where I either had to go or come up with a good reason why I wasn't going.
Were there occasions where you did come up with a good reason to avoid going somewhere?
I can't think of specifics right now.
Next, please, can we look at MPS 0746260, which is C117 of the hard copy bundle. Now, this is a report that's attributed to UHM 122 dated the 2nd of September 1992, and it relates to the submission of some photographs that were taken of London members of the Class War Federation at a rally on the 29th of August 1992. Can we look specifically, please, at page 4? And page 4, top right, we can see an image of what I think is a female holding a child. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then can we look at page 6, please? Top left. We can see what looks like a male and female and a child in the male's arms. Do you see that?
Yes.
Female's got her hands on what looks like a double buggy. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Did you take these photographs?
From what I can see, yes, I think so.
How did you come to take them?
I was asked to take photographs of a rally that we'd attended earlier in the day. And then they went to a pub, and I was asked, because I had some film left, to take pictures of them.
What were the photos of the rally supposed to be for?
For publicity.
So, initially asked to take some photographs of the rally for publicity, and then asked to use up your spare film.
Yes.
To take some photographs in the pub. Amongst these photographs, and I haven't shown you all of them, but we can flick through them all if you like. So it's pages 4, 5, and 6. Amongst these photographs, I'll just give you a moment to have a look. Can you see any of the publicity photographs or any photographs of the rally amongst these 3 pages?
I haven't seen any so far, no.
No. Do you know whether or not the publicity photographs were submitted,
Submitted to...
the SDS?
Yes, I believe they were.
Can you think of why they haven't made it to be tallied up with this intelligence report?
I don't know.
What was the purpose of submitting the other photographs to the office?
For identification purposes of the class war activists.
Did you not consider it overly intrusive to include photographs of children?
I had no means of cropping those photographs, so I submitted them as they came off the film.
Did you try and avoid taking them at all?
I was specifically asked to take them and would have been very difficult to refuse.
Could have made an excuse or something like that, couldn't you?
Perhaps I could, but I couldn't think of how to do that at the time.
Or could you have used your discretion, taken the photograph, but withheld any that had images of children in them?
I could have done.
But you submitted everything, yeah?
As a complete single package, yes.
But you'll accept that we can't see amongst these photographs any of the photographs of the rally, is that right?
Apparently not.
I think you tell us in your witness statement that each significant activist would have their own special branch file containing as much detail as possible, and that a photograph may be obtained for the file. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
When reporting on an individual, was any attempt made by you to include only information that you considered relevant, or would you include all detail and leave it to others to decide what needed to be passed up the line or not?
Well, I wouldn't submit information I thought was irrelevant, but I wouldn't necessarily make that distinction myself.
In relation to this document, are you aware as to whether, following your submission of these photographs, any attempt was made down the line to exclude the images of the children?
I was very surprised when these were shown to me that they existed in that form with the pictures of the children. I saw no reason why they should.
Can we look at 30249, please, which is at tab C138 of the hard copy bundle. Thank you. Just before we look at this report in any detail, it's a report attributed to you dated the 24th of November 1992, and it relates to a Class War Federation national conference held in Leeds in November of that year. And we can see some security service comments appended to this report. So it's a most useful report, top left of the document, and if you look top right, there's some gisted text, which includes an assessment that this information was above average value. Could we have a look at page 2 of the document, please? This document says as follows: at its national conference in Leeds on the 21st and the 22nd of November, the Class War Federation suffered a serious split. Tim Scargill resigned his posts of national coordinator and membership secretary before leaving the conference, declaring that he would start a new group retaining the name Class War. He took with him some 20 to 25 committed Class War Federation activists, roughly half of the useful membership, but a minority of the conference. The crux of the issue was Scargill's insistence that Class War become a more structured organisation, with individual branches being subservient to a central authority. This was unacceptable to the majority. And then a comment: detail of the split, which is considered permanent, will be reported on in the near future. And then next, can we look at 30259? this should be tab B30 of the hard copy bundle. And this is a briefing note in relation to class war that's attributed to you. A briefing note to the Security Service dated the 15th of December 1992, headed Developments in the Class War Federation. I just want to have a look at some of what this says. It says, this, paragraph 1 says, this paper is in response to Box 500 Telex dated the 18th November 1992, file reference redaction, and outlines the composition, aims and membership of the Class War Federation. Recently, there has been a major rift between factions of the Class War Federation, which will undoubtedly result in there being two class war organisations. Whilst it is accepted that the matter is not yet finally resolved, the content of this briefing note deals with aspects of the extant Class War Federation, which will be retained by the most significant of the new groups, which will probably be called Class War, and which will be led by Tim Scargill. The information contained in this paper has been received from a secret and reliable source, which must be protected. The National Conference of the Class War Federation in Leeds on the 21st, 22nd of September 1992 was completely overwhelmed by National Coordination Secretary Tim Scargill's manoeuvres to split the Federation. Scargill resigned his post and subsequently his membership of the Class War Federation. His thinking is that the existing Class War Federation is a rudderless and impotent conglomeration beset by apathy. What Scargill wants is a more disciplined, anarchic group, if that is not a contradiction in terms, with a degree of organisation and structure, with commitment, and most of all, with a rigorous and energetic approach to activities. In short, Scargill wants to turn the CWF into an effective political party. Tim Scargill carries between 30 and 60 of the quality members of the CWF with him. That is to say, the majority of the committed membership of the Federation. The remainder, many of whom are still undecided as to whether or not to follow Scargill, still support the idea of class war being, as we know it, i.e. unstructured and disciplined and locally autonomous. There will be a series of meetings culminating in another national meeting in Birmingham on the 31st of January 1993 to finalise the separation of the Scargill faction from the Class War Federation. That it will happen is beyond doubt, the only question remaining being the number of members Scargill will take with him. A list of the leading declared pro- and anti-Scargill Class War Federation members is attached to this briefing paper as Appendix A. One of the known London-based class war activists, very few are thought to be keen to adopt Scargill's new discipline. If we progress, please, then to page 4 of that document, the concluding part. It says, the class war faction which contains Tim Scargill will be the dominant one. It is likely, therefore, that 1993 will see a revitalised class war group, which will be more effective than in the past, and which will be smaller, at least in the short term. The split should be completed by the end of January, when it will become clear just how many of the existing members and supporters will follow Scargill. The aims and direction of the new group will quickly become clear, and they will be reported as soon as possible. And then over the page to page 5, we can see that there is a list of names of leading Class War Federation members supporting Scargill. That includes Ian Bonham, Bristol and Tim Scargill himself. And then amongst those who oppose Tim Scargill, if we go over the page to page 6, Norman Blair, who, as you know, has provided a witness statement to the inquiry and is engaged as one of its core participants. So is that an appropriate moment for a break, and then we'll follow on from that document afterwards?
We'll break for quarter of time.
HN 122, the last document that we looked at was some quite detailed intelligence in relation to the split that occurred in the Class War Federation. And is it right that following that split, the faction that was driven by Tim Scargill, who we've heard about, that was referred to as the Class War Organisation?
Yes, I believe so.
And the faction that remained retained the name Class War Federation, or CWF, is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Right. Can we look at another document then on that topic, which is UCPI 30313? I've got the wrong document, forgive me. Thank you. So this is a report attributed to you dated the 16th of February 1993. It relates to an emergency national conference of the Class War Federation held on the 31st of January 1993 as a result of this emerging split in the group. And we may look at it in a bit more detail later, but I just want to focus on one small part of it for the moment, and that's at page 2, please. Right at the bottom of the page, where it states that there was a proposal by some individuals whose names have been redacted for privacy. The proposal was for the introduction of a physical force group to undertake direct action against right-wing and ruling class targets. This was also withdrawn. Privacy and Privacy by now despairing and preparing to leave, but reintroduced by Norman Blair, who then explained that he did not want one as such, but would like some self-defence training. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And then over to the next document, which is UCPI 30314, which is C148 of the hard copy bundle. This is a report dated the 16th of February 1993, attributed to you. And it relates to a meeting of the Class War Organisation held in Birmingham on the 13th of February. And we leapfrog to page 3. We can see your cover name, Neil Richardson there, which I think under the heading Special Branch References of Activists Identified and Present. Do you see that?
Yes.
So it looks like a meeting that you attended. So out of London in Birmingham. Is that fair?
It seems so, yes.
All right. Just want to look at some text that appears at page 2 about Centre. Where it says this: the meeting agreed to the establishment of a physical force group suggested by Privacy. The group will be coordinated by Privacy, and its members will be used to undertake direct actions such as assaults, protection of events and individuals, and causing criminal damage. And it will be run on a cell structure. It's accepted that Class War does not have sufficient numbers to make this group viable, but it is intended to use others who are not members to take part in direct action. Types who might become involved are youths from the Hartcliffe area of Bristol who are noted hooligans, and others from the crusty underclass of squatter anarchists. It's envisaged that few, if any, Class War members will become personally involved in the actual commission of direct action offences. The new Class War organisation boasts a paid-up membership of 12, including Privacy and Privacy, from Winchester, who did not attend this meeting. They are elsewhere collecting a printing press for the organisation. A further 10 members are expected to join shortly. Now, we've seen at least one comment made by the security service in relation to the value it placed on your intelligence related to class war. Were you ever made aware of these comments?
From the security
Yes.
service? No.
Just looking at the latter two reports, did either faction of class war, so that's the federation or the organisation, did either of them manage to establish a physical force group?
I don't recall that they did, no.
No. Is this another example of a lack of organisation on the part of either faction of this group?
Quite possibly. There were a lot of suggestions and movements between groups and so on going on at that time.
I just want to take you to something that you say at your witness statement, please. This is page 57, paragraph 179. Now, you say this: the decreasing numbers led to class war becoming known, at least informally, as the Tim, Privacy and Neil Show. I struggled from this point to remain active while not influencing the group's activities. It is a lot more difficult not to say anything when there are only 3 core members. Reference to Tim is Tim Scargill, is that right?
Yes.
Reference to Neil is reference to your cover name, Neil Richardson, is that right?
Yes.
And does it follow that this is a reference to the Scargill faction of class war, in other words, the class war organisation?
Yes.
And I think what you're saying here is that the core group in London amounted to 3 of you. Is that a fair summation?
Eventually it did, yes.
Yeah. And was it after the split occurred, was it the class war organisation that you affiliated to, as opposed to the class war federation?
Yes.
Why did you decide to go to the class war organisation rather than the other faction of the group?
Whilst all this was happening, in consultation with the managers, I asked where they wanted me to go, which groups I should try and associate with, and the decision was to stay with Scargill.
Was it also because one of the people you were closer with within the group was Tim Scargill?
Yes.
Were you ever briefed to get close to the prominent members of the group?
As part of joining Class War, then yes, the one that's redacted there was the person I tried to get close to.
I see. Now, something you say in your witness statement about these 2 factions is that one was Bristol-based, I take it that's the federation, and one London-based, which I take it is the organisation. Do I understand that correctly?
I can't remember.
Do you want to see it?
I can't remember exactly how it's set up. There were a number of factions and allegiances changed quite rapidly.
All right. Well, let's take you to this part of your statement. It's paragraph 192 at page 60. And you say this: as I recall them, the circumstances of the split and class war meant that although I tried to position myself to go with either faction, it was more straightforward to stay in London, even though Ian Bone and the Bristol faction ultimately proved more enduring. That would have been a management decision. I've considered the security service notes for file dated 9th of June, 22nd September 1993 in the SDS annual report. And in my view, the justification for maintaining coverage was probably overtaken by changing priorities. Do you see that?
Yes.
Thank you. Just give me a moment, please, HM122. Now, what did you mean when you said it would have been a management decision to stay in London despite the Bristol faction being more enduring, and that the justification for maintaining coverage was probably overtaken by changing priorities?
Well, logistically, it'd be very difficult to align myself with a group based in Bristol, as I would be staying in London, so it wasn't particularly practical. And the justification for maintaining coverage, I think I'm referring there to the Scargill group, but as I say, the situation was changing rapidly, and eventually the priorities were not to cover his group.
How was infiltration of a group in London with only 3 core members merited?
Well, it wasn't that it was a group of 3 over a period of time. It was a group of 3 that, in the end, couldn't attract any more support. But obviously, initially, that wasn't apparent.
How did you influence class war activities or class war organisation activities?
As little as I could, but it was obviously a very delicate balancing act.
Does it follow that there were times where you did influence the group?
I don't know that I influenced the group, but I certainly had to take a more prominent part than I wanted to.
And can you give us some examples of how you became to be more prominent within the group? What sort of things were you doing?
Well, there was one occasion where they had an idea to make themselves look more organised, and as part of that they wanted an industrial strategy along with several other strategies, and I was asked to write an industrial strategy for them.
All right. We'll look at that in due course. Were you provided with any guidance as to how far you could go, if at all, in influencing a group or acting in a position of responsibility?
Yes, there was a constant conversation going on with management as to how tenable the situation was.
And how far were they prepared to let you go? Can you remember?
I don't know that there were guidelines set down or written down in instructions, but I was well aware that I didn't want to do anything that would promote or aid the group that wouldn't otherwise happen.
Right. Were your managers aware that, in your words, you were struggling not to influence the group's activities at this stage? Did you tell them that?
Yes.
What was their response?
Well, to do the best I could.
I just want to return to something Norman Blair has said in his witness statement about you, all right, HM122, and he says this. He says, I recall that HM122 had an apparently close friend in class war, whose name's under a privacy redaction, and who was from, and then there's another privacy redaction. In the early 1990s, Neil, as I knew him, played an active role in breaking up the cohesion of the organisation. I suspect this was part of the overarching STS MI5 brief, and would be a well-worn tactic. I'd like to hear evidence from him regarding his infiltration of class war and his role. The group split in 2, with Neil leaving with Ian Bone and Tim Scargill and others. And then later in the witness statement, he refers to somebody whose name is subject to a privacy redaction, says, privacy recalls, like me, that Neil supported the faction in class war that developed around Tim Scargill and led to an eventual split in the class war organisation. Before the split, HM122, were you supportive of one particular faction over the other?
No.
Were you directed or ordered by anyone to disrupt the group?
No.
Were you ordered or directed by anyone to facilitate a split in the group?
No.
Did you yourself seek to disrupt or split the group?
No.
Do you accept that the split manifested about 6 or 7 months after your infiltration of the Class War Federation began?
If that's the timings, yes.
And you tell us that there came a point where the prominent individuals in London, so far as the Class War organisation was concerned, included you and 2 others. How did you end up in this position of prominence in the New London group?
Simply by my association with one of the group, and everybody else left.
Was your prominence anything to do with having had a role in or being involved in the split of the original group?
No.
Can we look at UCPI 30247, which is at C159 of the hard copy bundle? This is an intelligence report attributed to you. It's dated 25th of May 1993, and it deals with the Class War organisation, its first national conference in Birmingham on the 22nd of May 1993. And just before we get into the detail of this document, we can see the Security Service comments at the outset are appended to this report, and they open with "Thank you very much for a report giving much insight into the CWO, particularly membership and finance." And we look at the gist, bottom left of the document, in terms of the value of the information provided. It's assessed as extremely valuable. Just want to look with you. It's a lengthy report, but lengthy by virtue that a document in relation to the conference is attached to it. But I just want to look with you initially as to what it says at the outset about membership. So at page 2 it says this: of the 20 persons present, 15 were paid up members of the Class War organisation. The total paid up membership of the CWO is now 23. And the group has declared assets of £108. And then a little later on it says the conference opened with reports from Tim Scargill, reinstated national organiser and privacy membership secretary. I just want to go back, please, to the report 30247, please. Forgive me, this is 30247. Forgive me, I've misread my note. Can we just look at the agenda that's appended to this report? Starting at page 6, please. And we can see that on the agenda there are a number of proposals that are detailed over the course of page 6 and page 7. And I think it's right to say that where any individual proposer is listed against the motion, it's either Tim Scargill or the national membership officer, or it's you on page 7. Do you see that?
Yes.
Neil London Class War. And that's against industry. And I think that's what you were telling us about a little earlier. The proposal was that the Class War organisation holds in stock several national leaflets on a variety of subjects, and one is industry. Do you see that?
Yes.
And can you help us? What would have been the purpose of the group holding a stock of this sort of literature?
To hand out at events.
Why were you involved in proposing this motion?
That was agreed between the three of us at a direct request from Tim Scargill. Based on my background in the RCP, he thought I could write a better industrial strategy.
And is the fact that you were involved in decisions between the three of you by this stage, is that indicative of the level of prominence that you were starting to achieve within the group?
It was always a danger, but I don't think you could say that I was ever leading anything or directing anything.
Now, you say in your witness statement that writing industrial policy was something that allowed you to appear to contribute to the group without having to take any real action. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Did it ever occur to you that someone may read what you wrote and be influenced by it?
I took great care in conjunction with managers that the strategy itself was fairly meaningless but had a lot of political slogans and words in it.
Are you saying that you deliberately produced what was possibly an unhelpful document?
It was designed so that it would aid them as little as possible.
Did you not consider that in itself demonstrated a degree of interference with the group?
To a very limited extent, but it was the least I could get away with without appearing uncooperative.
Why was it appropriate to interfere in this way?
In order that I could remain close to those other two.
I want to look at page 8 now, please, of the same document where a national report appears. I just want to look at something it says in relation to elections in the first paragraph. It says the Newbury by-election was a good campaign, but sadly, no matter how hard we worked, the situation that prevailed of standing in two areas was a strain. The good thing, however, was that the strategy for propaganda and support worked well. With the march and the canvassing, the return was certainly of value and great experience. The other area in which we are standing, Red Hill, is giving the local group more work than ever, but they're still working. Their campaign has been good considering the amount of workers. And then at page 10 of the same document, please. There's a further report, and under the heading Emergency Appeal, it says this: as you're all aware, we're standing in a council election in Surrey, and funds are very much needed to run the campaign. As you know, leaflets and propaganda does not come cheap. So please, if anyone could spare a bit of dosh or come up with ways to raise money, then we cannot stress enough how much it will be needed. So please dig deep in your pockets, and if you can, send all donations to the Red Hill Post Office box. A big thank you goes out to all those who've already made donations and raised cash. Now, is it right that one of the reasons for the split was that Tim Scargill wanted to pursue activity in elections? Is that a fair observation?
Possibly. I certainly can't remember the details of the split now.
Does it follow from this document that involvement in elections was something that was actively pursued by the class war organisation?
In one or two isolated examples like this, yes.
As a core member, were you involved?
No, not especially.
Not involved in canvassing?
Not that I recall.
Leafleting?
As far as I recall, we didn't do that.
Attending election events?
I don't think there were any.
Could we look at 30325, please? This is at C167 of the hard copy bundle. This is an intelligence report dated 26th of July 1993, attributed to you, HM122. It relates to the Pathfinder bookshop in the Waterloo area and Tim Scargill. Just want to have a look at what it says. The Pathfinder bookshop in the Cut, London SE1, apparently has been suffering attacks from the extreme right-wing group Combat 18. It seems the owners have reason to believe that these attacks result from a mistaken belief by Combat 18 that the class war organisation has its newspaper Class War printed there. In fact, it is printed by the Class War Federation in Bristol, and there is no connection between CWO or CWF and the bookshop. The journalist Larry O'Hara has stated that Combat 18 are targeting CWO, and in particular its national organiser Tim Scargill. The latter attributes to C18 the appearance of stickers on his house and the threatening phone calls recently received. In fact, he's even considering moving house because of it. So we can see that you're reporting attacks there by Combat 18 on the Pathfinder bookshop, is that right?
Yes.
And threats made by the far right directed to Tim Scargill, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you consider those threats to be genuine?
I can't recall now where that information came from other than from Tim Scargill.
Did you do anything to make sure that this sort of intelligence reached the right part of the police force that would monitor the situation? So the force local to the bookshop or the force local to Tim Scargill's home?
I reported it in the normal channels for others to take that action.
So the answer is no, is that right?
Yeah, I wasn't in a position to ring up the local police and tell them.
No. But you were in a position to impress upon your DSs or your managers that threats were being made and that something needs to be brought to the right people's attention. Is that fair?
Yes, hence the report.
Yes. Did you speak to them independently of your reporting?
Possibly, I can't recall.
You can't recall. All right. Can we look at another document, please, which is 30317, C163 of the hard copy bundle. This is a report dated the 6th of July 1993, attributed to you. It relates to a planning meeting of something called a group called the Unity Group that was held on the 1st of July 1993. And the Unity Group represented a number of individual groups opposed to fascism and racism. And we can see from the head of this report that the class war organisation was listed as one of the organisations that was involved, together with others. I think in the second paragraph, it's obvious that there are other groups. Forgive me, it's not second paragraph. The second page, we can see that there are a list of groups just towards the bottom, groups represented that were in attendance at the meeting. Just want to show you another report in relation to this group. It's 30319, and it's at C164 of the hard copy bundle. Again attributed to you, dated the 13th of July 1993, and this report relates to unity group activity in opposition to a right-wing local election candidate in Hounslow. And if we look at page 2, it looks like you were present at the activity because your cover name appears there. Do you see that?
Yes.
I think you report that this activity failed due to lack of organisation. And we can see, though, sticking with page 2, again, a number of different groups represented. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, I think you said in your witness statement that you have no recollection of the unity group. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
You also said that you may have been Class Wars or the Class War organisation's official representative within the group. Do you remember saying that?
No.
All right. Well, let's look at page 57, please. Paragraph 180. It says, I consider the reporting on the Unity Group, and as far as I can recall, it was an umbrella group that included a number of organisations. My only interaction with it was as a member of Class War. It may be that I was even the group's official representative. It seems that all the organisations that participated were opposed to right-wing activities, and there was, therefore, the potential for public order intelligence to emerge from its meetings. Do you see that?
Yes.
If we go to UCPI 30724, please. UCPI 30724. This is at tab B38 hard copy bundle. But it's a document we'll look at a little later, but I just want to look at page 11, please, of this document. And this document is the record of your debrief with the security service on the 10th of September 1993 at the conclusion of your deployment. Just have a look at page 11, please. Right. Forgive me, page 3, paragraph 11. Thank you. Paragraph 11 says that the CWO has, however, joined the Unity Group, where different anti-fascist groups meet to pool information and discuss joint activity. The group began as the brainchild of Privacy from Hackney and has grown London-wide. Most groups involved are anarchists and Trotskyist groups have been excluded, except in Hackney, as they're thought to exploit all opportunities for their objectives. The Unity Group has been ineffective and works only as an arena to pool information, since groups are unwilling to compromise their own aims. Both Class War Federation and Panther attended the first few meetings, but have since dropped out. Do you see that, HN 122?
Yes.
Right, just bear with me a moment, please. Yes. Do you accept that now that you did have some sort of role on behalf of Class War in the Unity Group?
It would appear that I may well have been nominated, I suppose, but I have no clear recollection now.
Right. But it appears from this document that you were able to provide the security service with information as to who instigated the group and where that person was from. Do you see that?
Well, yes, but that was a few months afterwards.
And who were involved in the group?
Well, yes.
Who wasn't involved?
Sorry?
Who wasn't involved?
Who wasn't involved?
Well, forgive me. You were able to provide intelligence as to who wasn't involved as well.
Right, yeah.
People who were excluded, groups that were excluded,
Yeah.
yeah? Was your involvement in this group, indicative of the prominence or level of prominence that you'd reached in the class war organisation, that you were being sent out as their representative in this group?
I don't think it indicates any particular prominence, just the difficulties I had operating within a very small pool and not being able to refuse every request.
What was the relationship between class war and the Unity group?
I couldn't tell you now.
Did your involvement in this group, the Unity group that is, provide access to other groups?
I'm sorry, I really can't recall anything about the activities of the Unity group.
Can you remember whether you underwent any sort of briefing or undertook any research of your own as to the political disposition or the threat posed by any of these other groups?
I wouldn't have been in a position to undertake any research, but I would certainly have spoken to the managers about it, yes.
Did you make an assessment of what information to include in your report in relation to groups other than class war, or did you just provide all the information that you could recollect?
My reporting on it would be purely factual. If the group was represented, I would report that they were.
Is there any particular reason that you can recollect why you were reporting on activity that was concerned with the opposition of fascism?
Purely in relation to public order.
Can we look at 30123, please? This is at C96 of the hard copy bundle. Now, this is a report dated the 30th of June 1992, and it's attributed to you, and it's about class war federation action at the Oxford University ball, something we touched on earlier, which occurred on the 27th of June 1992, and it was referred to as the Smash the Rich demonstration. I just want to look at what this report says. It says, this Smash the Rich demonstration at the end of year Oxford University ball was attended by about 10 class war activists members. The remainder of those present were local class war contacts from various punk and squatter groups. The demonstration was arranged by the Oxford Class War organiser, Privacy. The protest was to have consisted of the shouting of insults and abuse to ball goers and the unfurling of a large class war banner. In the unlikely event of an opportunity arising, the demonstrators intended to infiltrate the ball itself, but if all else failed, the plan was to disperse to local pubs where ball guests might be found, and to cause as much disruption as possible. The demonstration started at about 18:45, but it was badly organised. The participants decided independently to break off in small groups and harass anyone in evening dress throughout the town centre. This led to scuffles and inevitable arrests, but no serious incident occurred. Some small groups returned to the picket line from time to time, but there was no real enthusiasm. At about 23:30 hours, a large gathering of local youths was dispersed from outside University College by police, with several arrests being made. At midnight, the remaining class war activists left the scene. Senior class war figures considered the event to have been a partial success, despite poor organisation and enthusiasm. Many of the ball guests were suitably insulted and inconvenienced, and the ensuing publicity has proved particularly satisfying. Would you accept that reads as a first-hand account of events, HM122?
Yes, it appears so.
And does it follow from that it's likely that you attended?
Yes, that's quite possible.
Now, Norman Blair says this about this event. Neil was involved at the Smash the Rich demonstration in Oxford against the Shelley Ball on the 27th of June 1992. About 40 people were present, including myself, Privacy, Tim Scargill and Phil Gard. Phil says Neil gave him a lift there in his car. On the way, they discussed Spain and his love of flamenco music. Phil says the demonstration was extraordinary and that the police seemed to have been withdrawn, He believes that the Oxford student newspaper had written something critical about the Chief Constable of Thames Valley, and this was thought to be the explanation. Can you remember whether you drove up there in a vehicle?
No, I think that person's confusing me with somebody else.
Can you remember whether you gave a lift to Phil Gard?
I certainly don't recall that, no.
Did you witness any of the scuffles or arrests that took place?
I can't recall myself, but it's likely, I suppose.
So if I was to ask you what sort of activity you saw, you wouldn't be able to help me.
I don't recall it clearly now.
Do you recall anything?
It sounds vaguely familiar, but no, I don't have a particular memory of that event.
Can you remember what you were doing at this event?
No.
Can I just take you to something you say in your witness statement? This is page 69, paragraph 226 to 227. You say that, with one exception detailed below, I did not witness any violence to people or property other than in the context of public disorder, and I was not involved in violence during my time as a UCO. On one occasion during my time with Class War, a member of a local group with which we had linked up, whose name I cannot now remember, but who was apparently well known for having a reckless streak, started kicking a Rolls Royce. We all ran for it because otherwise there was a significant possibility that we would all be arrested. Do you remember that incident?
I remember that a Rolls Royce was kicked, but I don't recall where that was.
Did you do anything to try and stop or dissuade the individual who was kicking the vehicle?
It just happened in front of me.
So that's a no. Is that right?
I didn't know it was going to happen. It happened, and then everybody ran. So, no, I couldn't intervene.
All right. In his witness statement, Norman Blair tells of a recollection by Phil Gard that you were present in a pub on one occasion when a scuffle took place with some BNP activists. He said it's not something you were involved in. Is that something you remember?
No, as I say, I think he's confusing me with somebody else.
Could we have a look at UCPI 30112, please? And that's C154 of the hard copy bundle. This is a report dated the 10th of April 1993 that's attributed to you about the Class War Federation in London. Just want to have a quick look at what this one says. The Class War Federation in London now only has limited support, mainly from the longer-serving members, with many activists disillusioned and choosing to stay away from meetings. The last London gathering was attended by Norman Blair. It gives some other names that are redacted for privacy. During that meeting, Privacy proposed a motion that Privacy should be expelled as he's too friendly with Tim Scargill of the breakaway Class War organisation, although the motion apparently was not passed. Privacy left the meeting in protest, and almost certainly the result will be that Privacy joins CWA. Privacy has decided not to attend meetings for the immediate future, but remain active in the anarchist community. Privacy's partner has also decided not to attend future CWF meetings. Would you agree that the outlook for the Class War Federation in London by the time of this report in April 1993 that you were reporting was that of a group in decline?
Yes.
Take you to a document now, please. It's not in the bundle, but it's MPS 0728968. So this is a document that you have available in loose lease form. And this is the STS annual report for 1992 and 1993. dated the 30th of March 1993. And I want to have a look at, please, page 20 of the document. Thank you. Paragraph 2.8 says this: if one considers a numerically small group, such as class war, it will be seen that the effect of the group far exceeds its capabilities because of its success in generating publicity and its attachment to other groups or types of people. In itself, class war poses no significant threat to public order, but when in tandem with others, members of CW are able to generate substantial degrees of unrest. STS coverage of class war over the past year has been wholly justified from the public order point of view due to the availability it gives to assess accurately the numbers and behaviour of CW-inspired participants. This achieves, in the first instance, a saving resources in terms of police deployed both within the Metropolitan Police District and in other force areas, or the prevention of potentially serious disorder. And then if we could look at page 30 of the document, please. Paragraph 2.27 says this: the rump of the Class War Federation remains in existence, but its representation in London is so dissipated and lacklustre as to be ineffectual, although the very name of it is still enough to cause alarm amongst the uniformed. Forgive me. And I think in your witness statement you agreed with that description of ineffectual. Do you remember that, HM122?
Yes.
Yeah. Paragraph 2.28, future STS coverage of class war hinges upon the development or otherwise of the two concurrent factions. And then page 58 of the document, please. Redeployments in the wake of the changes in the security services study of subversion have now been effected. The coverage of the Class War Federation will be reassessed during the forthcoming 6 months, particularly in relation to the recent split within the Federation. All other fields remain valid. And next, could we have a look at a security service file note, which is at 30722. And that's B34 of the hard copy bundle. Thank you. This is dated the 9th of June 1993 and relates to a visit by the security service to the SDS and a meeting with DCIH in 86 and DIH in 67. And it says this at paragraph 2. HN86 outlined STS's current agent coverage. HM122 had been retargeted from the RCP and now provided very good coverage of class war. HM122 had moved to the class war organisation following the latter's split from Class War Federation. HM122 was due to be terminated in September 1993. STS did not intend to use HM122's replacement in exactly the same role as MPSB did, not believe CWO remained a significant law and order threat. He would probably be targeted against a group of non-aligned anarchists in Tottenham, but would join CWO, devoting approximately a quarter of his time to this latter target. The STS thought it would take HM122's replacement about a year to be properly accepted in the anarchist scene. Were you made aware of this assessment in relation to class war?
Not this document, but I was aware of the general assessment and I agreed with it, yes.
Yes. And we're talking in and around April 1993, is that right?
If that's the date of the document, yes.
Thank you. Can we look at another document, please? This is UCPI 30724. And this is the Security Service file note in relation to the debrief meeting that they had with you on the 10th of September 1993. And I just want to look at some of what's recorded in this document. Paragraph 2 on page 1, please. The threat from both the class war organisation and the class war federation is perceived by source to be very low. Both organisations still hold revolutionary goals through violent mass protests, sweeping the rich away from power and influence. However, their funds and capability are low. Local groups may create local disturbance, but the lack of an effective national network precludes larger scale activity. Only a few influential members of each organisation have a strong theoretical and political basis for their activity. Most members support attacking the rich and subscribe to a philosophy of politics with a laugh. Both CWO and the CWF are unlikely to generate any unrest, but in a manner similar to the Socialist Workers' Party, they aim to exploit and encourage existing unrest without leading it. The CWO has a core of 35 members, and this figure is likely to remain a ceiling until a large issue arises, upon which the CWO can recruit. The organisation also has around 50 peripheral members or sympathisers who, being anarchists, float in and out of activity, but always retain at least distance contact to the core. And then can we look, please, at paragraph 20 of this document, which is at page 4. This says, Source was a member of class war before the split, and the decision was made for him to join CWO rather than CWF. Source is still able to give an overall picture of activity in CWF, but is unable to provide greater details. The CWF has a membership of 100 to 120, although many of these members are only sporadically in contact with the party. Since the split of class war in early 1993, the Class War Federation has retained the more politicised but less active members. As it has kept the class war reputation, it is still attractive to the society's disillusion and has maintained membership levels since the split. And then finally, please, page 5, paragraph 26. Source believes that both CWO and CWF will continue to exist as leading anarchist organisations, but at a very low threat to national security. Their perceived threat continues to be greater than their actual threat due to a persistent street reputation and over-generous media attention. So it's recorded there that your assessment was that the threat to national security from both class war organisation and class war federation was very low. Is that an accurate record of your assessment at the time?
Yes, I think so.
Thank you. Can we look now at another document that's not in the hard copy bundle, but you have this in loose leaf form. It's the 1993 to 94 SDS annual report, and it is dated the 30th of March 1994. So MPS 0722654. Could just go to page 13, please. Just just want to look at the opening line of paragraph 1.7, which says this: in the last 12 months, the STS has withdrawn from class war, which is no longer worthy of full coverage. And then page 35, please. Paragraph 2.23. The past year saw a continuation of the steady decline in the number and commitment of anarchists in general. The STS ceased its coverage of class war when the officer deployed became due for his return to other duties. Since then, the two factions of class war have rarely been seen in public. And then finally, page 59 of this document, please. And then right at the bottom, the coverage of the Class War Federation ceased in September. All other fields remain valid. HM122, is this a fair summation of the position of class war towards the end of the deployment?
Yes, I think.
No, yes. Just wait for it, please. No public order threat in itself. Small memberships with sporadic participation. CWF ineffectual. STF believing that CWO no longer remained a significant law and order threat. And your own assessment that the threat level in relation to both factions was very low. Is that a fair assessment of what the position was like towards the end of your deployment?
Yes, I would say so.
In those circumstances, was it really justifiable for this declining organisation to have been targeted and infiltrated by the SDS?
It wasn't clear that that was the situation until a certain point, and at that point the decision was made not to continue coverage, but before that it could have gone a different way.
I think you agreed a little earlier that by April, in your own assessment, that this was that the threat was low. Did you convey that to your managers whilst you were still in the field?
I think that was from a management document, wasn't it?
Forgive me. Let's see if I can find the quote. Yes, group in decline, I think, was what you agreed with as your assessment in April 1993. Do you remember that?
Yes, but as I say, the situation wasn't certain that they would simply carry on declining and disappear. That there came a point when it was clear that they were declining.
Did you ever have a conversation around that time with your managers to point out that this group was in decline and whether there was any merit in reviewing in whether it was worth carrying on?
That would be an ongoing conversation as to what the state of the groups were.
And the decision was taken that you did carry on, was it?
Up until the point when the decision was made not to. It was not my decision to make.
All right. Can we look at a document in relation to another group, please? This is MPS 0746255. And this is tab C151 of the hard copy bundle. Zero seven four six two five five. If we could just move to page 2, please, where we'll see HM122 unique identifier ciphered. That is a document dated the 9th of, or the report, which we'll come to, is dated the 9th of February 1993, which is attributed to UHM122. We go to the report itself at page 3, please. It relates to a group called the London Anti-Poll Tax Activist Forum and simply attaches minutes of the group's meeting. Around this time, so February 1993, you were infiltrating class war, is that right?
Yes, I would have been.
By all means, take your time to look at it if you want to. The minutes are carry on over the pages if you need to be shown them. But there's no mention in this report or in the minutes to class war. Can you remember how you came to report on this group?
I've no recollection of that at all.
If I was then to ask you how this reporting was justifiable, given that on its face it had nothing to do with your target, would you not be able to assist me?
If you say it makes no reference to class war, then no, I've no idea why it would be reported.
Would you agree then that on its face this was not a report that ought to have been submitted?
I can't see any reason to do it. It's not a group I can recall at all. I've no idea who they are.
Next, please, UCPI 30347. This is at C4 of the hard copy bundle. It's, forgive me, C14, I think. No. Just bear with me a moment. Yes, it is C4. I'm grateful, sir. It's a report dated the 27th of February 1990, attributed to you. And it's about a public meeting organised by the Camden branch of the RCP. So this is back in 1990 now, on the 22nd of February. And I just want to look at what it says at paragraph 4. It says, at the conclusion of the meeting, 9:45 p.m, it was announced that the Nick Mullen Defence Campaign intend to hold a public meeting and social on Wednesday the 7th of March 1990 at 7:30 p.m, at the Camden Irish Centre, Murray Street, NW1. This meeting is being organised, at least in part, by the RCP's associated organisation, the Irish Freedom Movement. And I think you say in your witness statement, HM122, that you don't have any recollection of what Nick Mullen was accused of doing. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Yes. Did you have any idea of what this campaign was about at the time that you were reporting on it?
I don't know. I may or may not have done.
All right. Would you accept that on its face it looks like that this was some sort of justice campaign?
Appears to be, yes.
How did you come to report on this justice campaign?
It's in connection with a meeting organised by the Irish Freedom Movement.
Was the connection to the IFM the only reason that merited inclusion of information in relation to this campaign in that report?
As far as I know.
Were you ever given any guidance or training on providing intelligence on elected politicians?
Not specifically, no.
You say not specifically. What guidance or training were you given?
Well, generally within special branch, they would not be subject of files because they're elected politicians.
And that brings me to my next question. Were you aware whether files were kept on elected politicians?
No, I don't know.
You don't know. Did you see any files like that for yourself during your time in special branch?
No, not that I can recall, other than historical ones.
Have you ever heard the expression bulk file?
Sounds familiar. I can't recall what it means.
All right, so you can't help me with what that means. Is that right?
Not at this time, no. I'm afraid not.
Was it ever necessary to include information about elected politicians in intelligence reports if one was to come across them or come across mentions of them?
If a politician addressed a particular meeting as simply as a matter of record, it might be noted.
Do you know what would be done with such information?
That would depend on who it was. I would simply be reporting the fact that a politician was present, as that may indicate it's a legitimate meeting as opposed to anything else.
Just want to remind you of something you said in your witness statement, which was that you witnessed public order while you were an undercover officer, but it was only scuffles during demonstrations. There was nothing that you saw that went beyond minor public order offences. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
All right. Just want to look at a couple of examples with you, please. 30103, please. UCPI 30103, which is at C50 of the hard copy bundle. This is a report dated the 22nd of January 1991, attributed to you. It's a Hands Off the Middle East Committee picket held in central London on the 17th of January 1991. And I think you accept, I can take you to the part of your statement if you want me to, but I think you accept in your statement that you probably have attended this event.
Right.
Just want to look at what this says. It says, on Thursday, the 17th of January 1991, the ad hoc Hands Off the Middle East Committee, an organisation sponsored and controlled by the Revolutionary Communist Party, held an evening picket outside the United States Embassy, Grosvenor Square, W1, to protest at US military action in the Gulf. In the event, the picket became a march to Trafalgar Square and then to Downing Street and Parliament Square, SW1. There was some minor disorder in Whitehall. And then just skipping to paragraph 5, please. It deals with that disorder. It says a police cordon was established in Whitehall, and on approaching them, the march paused, but was then encouraged to charge the police lines. The main instigators of this action were privacy, and privacy, although privacy and privacy were in overall control and undoubtedly organised the move. The charge failed, and although some placards were thrown at police, the situation was calmed by access being allowed along the footway in Whitehall on the far side from Downing Street. Do you see that? And I just want to take you to another example, please. It's 19949, UCPI 19949. This should be C99 of the hard copy bundle. This is a report authored or attributed to UNHN 90, who was an officer that was deployed into the SWP, dated the 7th of July 1992. And it relates to a demonstration outside the home of David Irving in central London on the 4th of July 1992. Another event you say in your witness statement that you probably attended, and we can see from the list of organisations involved that the Class War Federation was amongst them. Just want to look at what it says at the bottom of page 1. On arrival outside the International Students' Hostel, the Revolutionary Internationalist League encouraged the crowd to surge forwards to storm the police lines. The attempt was half-hearted, however, and when a few arrests were made, it persuaded a further 50 persons to leave. The picket then proceeded quietly, apart from an incident when stewards from the Jewish Socialist group led a charge against some people who had emerged from the seminar to taunt the demonstrators. Later, some anti-fascist action members, of whom there were only about 5 all told, discovered a rear entrance in the Park Crescent, and a small group of AFA and CWF supporters gathered there. In the event, Irving was brought to this entrance by an unmarked police car and entered the building before the demonstrators had time to react. Minor scuffles broke out later when a demonstrator chose to argue with a passerby. So we've looked at an example there in relation to the RCP and an example in relation to class war. Was the sort of activity that you reported on in those two reports typical of the type of low-level disorder that you encountered whilst deployed within your groups during your time in the field?
It was uncommon, but that would be typical of any disorder, yes.
Right. Just one more report on this subject, please, at 24859, UCPI 24859, which is at C75 of the hard copy bundle. This is a report dated the 14th of November 1991, which is attributed to HN 90, to you, to HN 2, Andrew Coles, and other sources. And it relates to a demonstration in opposition of the extreme right wing in East London on the 10th of November 1991, where in fact some minor conflict arose between your two groups, the RCP and Class War. And I just want to have a quick look at what happened. Starting at paragraph 7 on page 2, please. It says about 250 Revolutionary Communist Party activists in the guise of Workers Against Racism attended, and although there were some minor disturbances during the march, it's not believed that any of these were involved. A minor scuffle at the final rally is detailed below. The tactics of the RCP were to march as a single contingent under their own WAR banners and to place approximately 50 people alongside the march to sell propaganda and collect money. If the opportunity had arisen, they were prepared to take over or split away from the main march, but in the event this was not considered desirable. As usual, the RCP contingent was tightly stewarded by about 60 activists, split into teams under the overall direction of Kirk Leach. The team leaders were Privacy, and Privacy, placed at the front, rear, left and right of the contingent, respectively. At the final rally in Alto Valley Park, the RCP attempted to hold their own rally at the same time as the organisers were holding theirs, which immediately incensed some members of the crowd. A small group, believed to be Class War supporters, ran at the RCP banner, which resulted in a small scuffle where two people, about 5'10", were hit by Privacy, about 6'4". This is simply a continuation of the bad feeling between the RCP and the other left-wing organisations. Now, this is a report that was submitted when you were infiltrating the RCP, and I think it's right that you say in your witness statement that you were part of the RCP's Protect the Banner group. Is that right?
That's right.
Can you tell us what that role involves, please?
Stewarding of the banner, in essence.
Did it ever result you having to engage in violence or disorder?
No.
Was there potential in that role for violence or disorder?
Yes, there was.
In what circumstances was there potential?
If, as is described there, another group tried to storm the banner, as I believe had happened in the past.
And would you have been prepared to engage in violence or disorder if you had to?
Well, I'd have to act the part, but without committing any offences, yes.
Difficult to act the part, would you accept, without committing an offence?
Certainly difficult, yes.
Yeah. All right. I just want to look at a couple of examples now, please, of reporting about individuals, forgive me. And can we start at 30177, which is at C21 of the hard copy bundle. UCPI 30177. Sorry, it should be C21. Let's try again. It's UCPI 30117. Thank you. Now, this is a report attributed to you dated the 22nd of May 1990 about a branch organiser of the Central London branch of the RCP, and it says this at paragraph 3. Privacy currently resides with Privacy, another full member of the RCP, and Privacy, aged 11 years. The couple are usually referred to as being married, although this has not been confirmed. Next, please, 30224, which should be at C127 of the hard copy bundle. UCPI 30224. This is a report attributed to you dated the 22nd of August 1990 about an individual supporter of the RCP. And it says this: Privacy, a supporter of the North London branch of the Revolutionary Communist Party, lives at Privacy, attends the Privacy School. Privacy, where he has just entered sixth form. Although he's very keen on RCP politics, he is nevertheless an immature individual to the extent that he often brings his parents to public events, a situation tolerated but disapproved of by the party. He uses a false party name of Privacy. Privacy was born around 1973 and is described as follows: height 5'7", medium build with short dark hair. He wears glasses and speaks with a refined English accent, although his parents are Irish. And then UCPI 30100, please. This should be at C60 of the hard copy bundle. This is a report dated the 1st of July 1991 that's attributed to you about an individual supporter of the RCP, and towards the bottom it says this: Privacy has been a supporter of the RCP for about 6 months, having been recruited by her mathematics teacher. Privacy, it is quite possible that her interest was sparked by a crush on her teacher, but she nevertheless has become a close supporter of the party and regularly sells party propaganda and attends all internal meetings. What was the purpose of reporting details in relation to school children?
Still at school, but from what I can gather, they're 17 years old, so at the time they technically be young persons rather than children.
The child in the first report was 11 years old.
That was simply a matter of reporting the family makeup for purposes of identification.
And what about reporting on the 17-year-olds? What was the purpose of reporting on them?
Well, certainly from that last one, I would say there were safeguarding issues that needed to be addressed.
Was safeguarding within the STS remit?
No, that would be other officers, but it would need reporting to somebody.
Do you suggest that these 17-year-olds were a threat in any way?
They were people who were liable to become RCP members, and if they did, they'd be very hard to identify.
At the time that you were reporting on them, were they a threat?
Individually, no.
Would you accept that this reporting was unnecessary?
I think it's debatable. If you say it was unnecessary, I'd accept that.
UCPI 30158, please, which is at C26 of the hard copy bundle. This is dated the 19th of June 1990. It's about an individual supporter of the RCP. And it says that Privacy is a loose supporter of the Revolutionary Communist Party. She lives in the basement flat at Privacy, a two-bedroom rented flat with another woman who is not connected with the RCP. Privacy is a lesbian, described as about 20 years old, 5'6" with very short hair. Why did you report on the living arrangements and sexuality of the subject of this report?
They're simply matters of facts to aid identification.
I think you say in your witness statement that there was a security vetting purpose to this reporting. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
How was someone's sexual orientation relevant to any security concerns?
security vetting at that time was quite different to what it is now, and it was considered relevant.
How was it relevant at that time?
It was one of the criteria set for national vetting.
Why?
I don't know, you'd have to ask the government.
Was information like this ever reported because it was considered useful in order to recruit a possible informant?
No, I didn't specifically report on anyone for the purposes of recruitment.
30132, please, which is at C67 of the hard copy bundle. This is dated the 31st of July 1991 and reads as follows. Privacy of Privacy, a close supporter of the Revolutionary Communist Party, has a relative who's employed by Privacy to work on radar systems for the military. He is apparently currently engaged on the development of a system that makes enemy radar show a false plot of the vessel, vehicle or aircraft using the system. This work is apparently classified under the Official Secrets Act, which he has signed, but this does not prevent him telling his relative about it. It's unclear whether he is fully aware of her involvement in the RCP. No further details of the relative are known. What was the purpose of this sort of reporting?
Anybody subject to the Official Secrets Act obviously is a security risk if they're associated with revolutionary communists.
I think you say in your witness statement that it was relevant to the issue of vetting for sensitive roles. Is that right?
But yes, another way of saying the same thing, I think.
Right. And does it follow that it's your evidence that the SDS had a role in providing intelligence that could be used for vetting purposes?
That was my understanding of the purpose of reporting through to the security service.
Did you have any concerns about providing intelligence to be used for this sort of purpose?
No.
Why not?
I'm sorry, why would I?
30285, please. UCPI 30285, which is at C42 of the hard copy bundle. This is a report about an individual supporter of the RCP dated the 30th of October 1990. It says this: Privacy is a close supporter of the West London branch of the Revolutionary Communist Party. She's introduced to the party by Privacy, with whom she worked at Privacy in the Privacy area until being made redundant on date and month 1990. Privacy lives at Privacy, telephone number Privacy, where she rents a small flat. Privacy is a keen participant in all RCP activities, and as she is also quite intelligent, it's likely that she'll be encouraged to attain full membership of the party. She's described as born circa, and it gives the year, 5'6" tall, slim build with short dark hair. Her only distinguishing feature is rosy cheeks, which is apparently a result of a previous alcohol problem. What was the purpose of reporting on the subject's previous alcohol problem?
Because of the nature of the rosy cheeks that would be apparent.
And why was that detail important?
Simply an identifying detail.
Can we look, please, at 30310? It's at C46. UCPI 30310. Dated the 23rd of November 1990. It's about an individual and says this: Privacy under the name Privacy was identified at a day school on South Africa organised by the RCP on Sunday the 11th November 1990 at the Africa Centre, 38 King Street. Privacy was attending with others from the South London branch of the RCP, although it is not thought that he is himself a member or supporter of the party. Privacy is apparently living in the Wimbledon area, although he is believed to have spent a lot of time recently in Nottingham. What was the purpose of reporting on an individual who was not thought to be a supporter or a member of the RCP?
On the basis of this, it appears that he is associating with RCP members. It's important that there's a note to say that he's not a member or supporter.
How was this information of value if the individual concerned was not part of the group?
Well, if he's associating with members of the RCP, somebody else may report that and take the inference that he's a member. So this clarifies that he's not.
HM122, throughout your reporting, there are examples of intelligence being submitted in relation to people's education, their employment and living arrangements, their intellect and interests, parentage, death, bereavement, relationships, marriage, pregnancy, children, wider family, attraction to others, sexuality, serious illness, alcoholism and drug use, victims of crime and previous criminal conduct. Would you agree that there were occasions when you reported on some very private and personal details of people's lives?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Did you not consider this to be overly intrusive?
I can't recall anything that I haven't seen anything that says it I now consider overly intrusive, no.
So is that a convenient moment?
Yes. How are we doing with the finishing on time?
Target is at about 6 o'clock. Confident we should be there or thereabouts.
Yes. I was wondering whether the shorthand writer would accommodate us by continuing until we reach the point where we have to break to enable any further questions to be put to you to ask. Can I ask whether you're willing to do that? How long roughly will that be? So that she can...
I hope maybe
how much longer
20 minutes to half an hour.
Is that all right? Yes. Then let's continue for 20 minutes or half an hour.
Thank you. Can we look at 3-0? There's more needs to cover. That's, I'm reminded by my learned friend, Mr. Sanders, that the witness may appreciate a break.
Well, I appreciate the reason for that, and let me ask, would you like a break now? If the answer is yes, of course we'll have one.
No, sir, if we're only talking of another 20 minutes or so, that will be fine.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
There's the answer.
Thank you. I'm grateful, HN 122. Could I just look at one other report with you, please? This is 30135, which is at C23 of the hard copy bundle. And it's dated the 5th of June 1990, and it relates to the RCP's magazine Living Marxism. And just want to have a look at what this says. It says that Living Marxism, the monthly magazine of the Revolutionary Communist Party, remains the party's primary propaganda vehicle and a source of great pride for all involved in its publication. Public sales through newsagents such as W.H. Smith's have apparently remained stable over the last few months in spite of adverse publicity for Marxism following recent events in Eastern Europe. Sales at railway station outlets have shown a large increase. One suggestion for this being that it helps people to sleep on long journeys. Was the comment about the publication helping people to sleep your comment, or was it a sentiment that you picked up amongst supporters and members of the party?
It may have been mine, but equally I wouldn't be surprised if I was told that by another member.
What was the policing purpose of reporting this sort of observation?
To detail the activities of the party and the importance in which they held it.
You say in your witness statement that had the remark been yours, it would have amounted to justifiable levity on your part. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, I probably did.
Was there room, in your opinion, for levity in intelligence reporting?
It's not something you have to include, but I don't see that it does any harm from time to time.
I want to ask you now a little bit about your exfiltration. And it's right that towards the end of your deployment, in order to leave the field, I think you feigned a gradual loss of interest, you tell us in your witness statement, with class war, and told the group you'd met a girl and that you were going to live in a commune in Wales. Do you remember saying that in your witness statement? Was your withdrawal from the field planned?
Yes.
Were your managers aware of your withdrawal plan?
Yes, they approved the plan.
Did they become involved in the plan in any way?
No.
I just want to return to something Norman Blair said in his witness statement. And he says this about Phil Gard. He says, Phil now believes he may have been the reason for Neil Richardson's sudden exit from class war, probably pulled out by his SDS managers. Neil rang Phil one evening after the split, and they had a verbal argument about Neil's role in the split of class war. Phil was suspicious after the split, and it was very bad news for the class war organisation. This split appeared to come out of nowhere and suggested a conspiracy behind the scenes. Phil realised that there had been secret conversations between Tim Scargill and Ian Bone that Neil had been involved in. The reason was given to encourage more action, yet at the time, class war was bigger than it had ever been and was creating groups around the country and increasing the circulation of the paper. Phil ended the conversation by accusing him of being a cop due to his role in the split. After this conversation, Neil was never seen again. In retrospect, it is likely that he'd been pulled out by his SDS managers. Did you leave the group because you were accused of being a police officer?
No, I think he's confusing me with somebody else. From the other comments he makes.
Did you have any direct contact with the security service during your deployment?
No.
Before you deployed, did you have any idea that the security service and the SDS liaised in relation to SDS deployments?
Before I joined, I had no detailed knowledge of how they operated at all.
Were you aware, whilst you were deployed, that your managers were sharing details in relation to your legend and deployment with the security service?
No, I didn't know they shared those details.
Knowing now that you do, how do you feel about that?
I don't know why it was done in that format.
Did you think that that exposed you to any additional risk?
To me, it seemed unnecessary, but then I don't know what the justification was.
I just want to look at an example of a security service brief, and that's UCPI 18315, and that's at B9 of the hard copy bundle. I say an example of a brief, an example of a brief being handed over to the SDS. So we can see this is a file note dated the 14th of March 1990. It relates to a security service visit to the SDS, meeting with DCI Martin Gray and DIHM 109. And it says at paragraph 2A that you had already planned to attend an RCP conference on the 17th to 18th of March. And a brief was I therefore handed over a copy of brief serial, second page only. Can you remember if security service briefs were ever provided to you?
No, they weren't.
They weren't? All 31849, please, which is at B12 of the hard copy bundle. So UCPI 31849. This is another Security Service file note dated the 15th of August 1990. I just want to look at what it says about you. HM122, a London-based SDS source. He provides good identifying details on London members and supporters, and also information on activity in the London branches of the RCP. Since most national RCP events are held in London, he is also able to cover these. However, being an SDS source, he operates primarily for police requirements, making tasking and feedback more difficult. Was it ever communicated to you whilst you were deployed that the security service provided feedback and valued your intelligence?
I assumed there would be some mechanism, but I wasn't aware of any in particular.
So you were never told when there was a particular glowing reference for certain intelligence that you'd submitted?
Not from the security service, no.
I see. Just bear with me a moment, please, HM122. Could we look at, please, UCPI 26288, which is at B36 of the hard copy bundle. Now, this is a security service communication that was submitted to the SDS in advance of the debrief that was held on the 10th of September 1993. And you remember we looked at that document a little earlier, the record of the debrief. And it's about the class war organisation and the class war federation with a little bit about other groups towards the end. If we just scroll through, it's a 3-page document. Topics of discussion include membership and structure and finances, objectives and elections. Were you debriefed? Well, we know you were debriefed by the security service because we've seen the record at the conclusion of your deployment. But can you remember whether this list of topics or this brief was communicated to you in advance of that meeting?
Not in advance, no.
Was the debrief conducted in your real name, cover name, or some other identity?
Cover name, I think.
We've looked at the record of your debrief already. And I know you've had an opportunity to look at it when you were making your witness statement. Is the record of what was discussed at the debrief an accurate record?
I don't recall that now.
You don't recall? All right. Can you remember, I appreciate it's some time ago now, but can you remember whether you were able to answer all of the security services questions about class war?
I believe so.
And if we just look at, please, UCPI 30723. It's at B37 of the hard copy bundle. It says that it's a security service file note dated the 14th of September 1993. It says on the 10th of September 1993, HM122 was debriefed by F2 Annie Mashan and F2 DCIH and 86 and redacted was and I were also present. The sessions were extremely useful. HM122 responded well and made a point of ringing to thank me afterwards. HM122 is now out of class war organisation and will shortly resume normal duties. Were you ever informed that the security service found the debrief to be extremely useful?
Possibly. It wasn't something that bothered me particularly at the time.
At the time of your deployment, to what extent did you consider, or to what extent were you aware that the deployment was influenced by the security service?
Certainly in terms of the RCP, it was my assumption that they would be involved. I wasn't aware that they were involved in monitoring class war until the debrief was arranged.
Now, you say in your witness statement that, moving on to another topic, HM122, that you remember the SDS being visited by an assistant commissioner, but you cannot recollect who that was. Do you remember mentioning that in your witness statement?
That's correct, yes.
Having had some time to think, can you remember who the assistant commissioner was who visited, or
No,
do you still not remember?
afraid not.
Now, being careful as to the precise location or address, please. Can you remember where the visit took place?
It was in one of the safe houses.
All right. Can you remember if all of the then undercover officers attended that visit?
Most of them, there may have been one or two who weren't able to.
Can you remember what the visit involved?
It was generally just thank you for all your hard work and well done, carry on.
Any operational discussion or anything like that?
No.
Can you remember how long it lasted?
Not really. My impression is half an hour perhaps.
And did your managers brief you about it beforehand?
Oh, they told us it would be happening, yes.
They told you it would be happening. All right. Mentoring now, please, HM122. And I think you've seen some documents that make reference to a mentoring scheme being in operation at the SDS, but I think it's your evidence, and you say in your witness statement that that puts it slightly too formally, and your understanding was that an undercover officer would be provided with a point of contact if they wanted one. In other words, an experienced field officer who they could draw on if they needed advice. Is that a fair summation of your evidence?
Yes, I think it built upon what had existed already previously, but I don't recall it being a strict, carefully assembled project. More of a, we would like people to help, are you willing to?
Yeah. You were mentored by HN19. But feel free to refresh your memory of the name. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you have any say when this arrangement was put together as to who your point of contact or mentor could be?
Yes, I was free to turn it down.
Was there a reason that you chose HN19?
I didn't choose him.
I see, all right. Did you meet with HN19 regularly?
Yes, off and on, every 6 months perhaps.
All right. HN19's recollection is that he met with you, what he tells us in his witness statement is he met with you twice in 1992. Do you think it was more than that?
Yes, I would think so.
All right. And when you met, how long would your meetings last?
Generally speaking, it was a couple of hours chat in a pub.
All right. And was the pub an appropriate venue to have discussions of the nature that you might have with your point of contact or your mentor?
If it was designed to be a social meeting to look after pastoral matters, so it was, yes, a relaxed atmosphere.
Were you concerned about being overheard in a public venue like that?
Yes, of course.
Did you take any measures to make sure that you weren't overheard?
Yes.
All right. During the time that you were under HN19, did you raise any issues of concern with him?
No, not that I recall.
Now, I think it's right that you were later a point of contact or a mentor to DC Mark Jenner, is that correct?
That's correct.
And before we move on to your relationship with Mr. Jenner, I just want to focus just lastly on your experience of being mentored under HN19. Do you consider that was an effective or a useful experience for you?
Yes.
Why?
Simply moral support, if you like, and an opportunity. If I had a problem, then I had another place to go.
Okay. Just bear with me, please. Just give me a moment, please, HM122. Now, I think you say in your witness statement, HM122, that Mark Jenner wasn't as interested in having a point of contact, and it was much more difficult to get him to make time to see you, and that you go on to say you met with him on half a dozen occasions at most. He had no concerns, did not feel that continuing the meetings were necessary, so you didn't continue with them, and you don't recall informing the office about that. Do you remember saying that in your witness statement?
Yes, I don't remember a specific notification to the office, but I'm pretty sure I would have mentioned it to them.
Now, Mark Jenner says in his a witness statement that the arrangement between you and him lasted no more than a year. Do you agree with that?
I would recall slightly longer, but around about that, yes.
He says that the sessions between you and him amounted to chats in the pub. Is that a fair representation of
Yes.
what took place between you two?
Yes.
Did he raise anything related to his deployment with you?
No.
Now, Mark Jenner accepts having a sexual relationship with a woman known to the inquiry as Alison from about mid-1995 until the conclusion of his deployment in April 2000. They also shared an address, he's told the inquiry, and went on overseas holidays together. Do you remember whether you provided Mark Jenner with any advice about sexual relationships whilst in the field?
No, I don't recall that we discussed it.
Did you ever become aware that he entered into a sexual relationship whilst he was deployed?
Not until the allegations became public.
Were you aware of any rumour or suspicion that he was engaged in a sexual relationship at the time of his deployment?
No.
Were you aware that he was living with a female whilst deployed?
No.
Did he ever confide in you about any sort of relationship with members of his target groups?
No.
Did you ever get any indication that this was going on?
No.
Was there anything about him that concerned you?
Not on the times I met him, no.
Had you known about the relationship, would that have concerned you?
Yes.
Had you known about it, what would you have done?
Well, I'd like to think I would have reported it to the office immediately. But
Looking back, can you think of anything about his behaviour that may have been an indicator to you that he was having a relationship whilst deployed?
no.
What about his unwillingness to engage that you describe in your witness statement? Did that set question marks in your mind as to whether he was involved in anything he ought not to have been?
No. The purpose of those meetings were to provide a channel for support if required. Many officers who were deployed would become very confident and happy that they could cope with whatever situation they had, and they didn't need the extra support. It was just another difficult, or just something else they had to arrange, and they didn't want to if they didn't see value in it.
Did you feel that Mr. Jenner's lack of engagement was deliberate?
I felt it was his choice. If he didn't get a benefit from those meetings, there was no point continuing.
On the occasions you met him, did he ever speak to you about his family life?
Not particularly, no.
Did he ever say anything to you about his situation that made you think that he was perhaps unhappy, or that there were problems at home or anything like that?
No, not at all.
You say in your witness statement there was a limit on how hard you felt that you could push Mr. Jenner without endangering the relationship completely. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
Well, simply, if he was unwilling to meet, there was no point me trying to force the issue, as that would then defeat the purpose of meeting at all.
Did you think there was anything about him, or was there anything about him that made you think that he might need pushing to open up about?
It was only his reluctance to agree a date to meet. That's the only thing I considered whether I should start insisting on it, but as I say, that would defeat the point of being there as a friendly shoulder, so no.
Did you make SDS management aware that Mark Jenner wasn't engaging with you?
I don't remember specifically, as I said, but I'm pretty sure I would have to report it back.
And before the arrangement commenced, before your point of contact arrangement with Mark Jenner commenced, were you briefed about him at all, or provided any information about his personal background or his family life or anything like that?
No.
During your deployment, was your welfare formally monitored by your managers?
I assume so, yes.
You say you assume so. Was there anything that you remember that was explicitly done in order to monitor your welfare?
No.
Were there any informal arrangements in place to monitor your welfare?
Well, we were meeting twice a week, so I rely on their observation.
And were you content with the way that you were looked after during your deployment?
On a purely personal level, yeah.
At the conclusion of your deployment, were there any resources made available to you in order to assist your integration back into ordinary life?
No specific resources, no. But if I had an issue, I would go back to the management of SDS.
I think you mentioned in your witness statement that you were offered a series of meetings with possibly a psychologist as part of an initiative that Martin Gray started. Do you remember saying that in your witness statement?
I think that was after I'd returned to the main office rather than during the period of redeployment.
Yes.
I may be wrong on that.
Yes. So I might be at cross purposes, but I'm talking about following the conclusion of your deployment, all right? So anything that was done to help you after your deployment had come to an end. Did you take up the offer of meeting with anybody?
No.
Why did you feel that you didn't need to?
An absence of a feeling that I did need to.
All right. Can you assist us with whether any formal steps were taken by the SDS or Special Branch or the wider Metropolitan Police Service to check on and ensure the welfare of you and your family after your deployment had come to an end?
I don't think there was anything formal, no.
Were any welfare services made available to you or your family as a result of your SDS deployment?
Not specifically, but I was aware that I could approach them if I needed to.
Did your deployment impact on your welfare in any way?
Not in any significant way, no.
I think you describe in your witness statement some minor panic attacks when you thought you recognised somebody at a railway station. Is that right?
Yes.
Did anything else happen?
No.
Did your deployment impact on the welfare of your family?
Well, it was a major disruption to them at that time, certainly.
HN 122, I have no more questions for you at this stage. Thank you, sir.
We will now have a quarter of an hour's break. You're almost at the end, can I reassure you?
Thank you.
So I'm grateful for the time. There are a few areas of follow-up that I'm asked to address.
Yes, of course.
Hopefully we can resolve that in not too long a time. HM122, can I just ask about Peter Francis? Did you ever act as a mentor in any capacity to Peter Francis?
No.
Does the term field mentor mean anything to you?
It sounds familiar, but no, I don't recall it as such.
Were you ever involved in assisting Peter Francis or advising him as to what an appropriate target group or target area might be for him?
No, absolutely not.
There were some aspects of Norman Blair's evidence that were put to you, and your response on more than one occasion was that Mr. Blair must have been confusing you with somebody else. Do you remember giving that answer?
Yes.
Now, if you're talking about a specific somebody else, please don't say give us any names, all right? But is your evidence that you're saying that Norman Blair was confusing you with a specific individual, or is it that because of the evidence that he's provided, the narrative that he's provided, you consider that it must be somebody else he's talking about?
From his statement, he makes two comments that were reported to him by somebody else. One is which that person said they had accused somebody of being a cop. Mm-hmm. And there's another comment he makes in there which, in my view, never would be attributed to me. It's just the specific of what he says. Therefore, I conclude that that person is thinking of somebody else.
Right. But is it your conclusion that he's thinking about a specific individual, somebody you're aware of, or is
No,
it? Did you just make that deduction from the narrative that he's given?
I'm not aware that anybody was accused of being a cop during the time that I was there.
We covered briefly the topic of reporting on elected politicians, and you made reference to seeing some historical files. What did you mean by historical files?
Oh, I'm afraid that they've now been put in an archive, but there was at one time even a file on Adolf Hitler.
But is it your evidence that you saw old files on elected politicians?
No, I never saw those.
Okay. What did you mean by historical files? Can you just help us what you meant by that? It was your expression.
Only that it's entirely possible that a political activist from extreme nature might have been reported on in the past and therefore historical, but might subsequently have become a politician.
I see. So are you saying that from your recollection this would have been activity before an individual became an elected member of Parliament?
Yes, as far as I'm aware, no inquiries were ever carried out against elected politicians.
We spoke a little bit about sanitising reports, and I think it was around 1989 when you were in the back office
Yes.
of the SDS. But were you ever involved in the sanitisation of reports?
No, my role in the back office was administrative rather than any executive function in sanitising. My role there was, if individuals were mentioned, to get the file reference and so on.
Can you remember if anybody was involved in that role?
I assume that the managers may have sanitised if they thought something shouldn't be in there, but generally speaking the principle was that the information was reported back to the desk and the desk would then sanitise any further dissemination of that information.
Did you have any direct experience of that process?
No.
So if I were to ask you how frequently it happened, would you be able to assist me?
No, I'm afraid not.
If I were to ask you who was involved in that process, would you be able to assist me?
Not the individuals on the desk, no. But otherwise, the detective, chief inspector and inspector, it would be their role to do that.
If I were to ask you whether you were able to give any examples of sanitisation taking place, is that something you could help with?
No, not that I recall.
Just bear with me, please. I'm being reminded that you made reference in your evidence to sanitising of reports being undertaken under supervision. What did you mean by that?
I'm sorry, I don't recall the context of saying that.
Do you have any idea what happened to material that was removed from intelligence reports, whether it was retained in any form or anything like that?
No, as I say, I can't think of a specific example. I'm really saying that if it was to be sanitised, it would only be DCIDI who would do that. It wouldn't have been my role in the back office, nor that of the sergeants.
I see. A little bit on John Dines. How well did you know John Dines?
He was there when I first arrived. I'm not sure exactly how long before he left.
Were you aware whether he operated within the same sort of geographical area, was deployed in the same sort of geographical areas that you were?
I really wasn't aware of where he was operating specifically.
Did you come across him whilst in the field?
No.
To what extent did you communicate with John Dines?
During the meetings, we would chat probably, and I think on one occasion I helped him move some furniture.
Right. Did you ever see him in any demonstrations?
No.
Did you ever see him with Helen Steele?
No.
You told us about a bawdy comment that he made, which you described as being in character for him. What aspect of John Dines' character are you referring to?
Only that he was a very outgoing character.
How are you able to remember or recollect that he made a bawdy comment without being able to recollect what that comment actually was?
That's all I can recollect of it.
Did you challenge John Dines about this comment?
As I say, that's all I can recollect of it.
Can you remember whether you raised that comment with any SDS managers?
No.
Can you remember if there was a reason why you didn't raise it with any manager?
As I say, I really can't recollect.
Were you aware that John Dines was arrested at the poll tax demonstration?
Yes.
What did you know about that?
Only that he reported it afterwards at the next meeting.
Did you know any of the detail of what he was supposed to have done, or any detail of the arrest? Did you ever discuss the McLibel litigation with John Dines?
I didn't discuss it with him. He may well have mentioned it because it was very current at the time.
Do you have any recollection of him mentioning it to you?
No specific example.
Do you have any recollection of anyone else discussing the McLibel litigation?
No, I don't think anybody else had any input on that.
By the time that John Dines' deployment had come to an end, did you have any welfare concerns about him?
No.
You told us a little bit about avoiding advances, and your evidence was, I think, that various people had various options. Can you just help me a little bit with what you meant by that? Was it the case of an individual, say, for example, a manager that said to you, well, various people have various options, or was it that the topic had been discussed by various people and they all gave sort of different options as to what might be an appropriate thing to do in those circumstances?
That it was just subjects of conversation from time to time.
Can you remember who, amongst your colleagues, you engaged in with these conversations?
No.
Just want to revisit very briefly the content of a report. I'm sure you remember it, but we'll bring it up if we need to. Where you're reporting on a girl who was said to have a crush on her teacher. Do you remember we
Yes.
spoke about that just before the break? What made you think that the subject of that report had a crush on her teacher?
I would only be reporting what other members of the RCP had said.
Did you think that that expression about her involved the sexualisation of the subject in any way?
I don't know what the content of it was other than reporting the comment.
Now, you helped us a little bit with Mark Jenner, and you told us that had you known that he'd engaged in a sexual relationship whilst deployed, you'd like to think that you'd have reported him to your superiors. Do you remember giving that evidence?
Yes.
Now, I appreciate this is hypothetical, but is there any reason that you can think of that you might not have reported somebody for engaging in that sort of conduct?
No.
And finally, this HM, forgive me. Just a yes or no answer to this question, please. Please don't tell us, I'm going to ask you about documents. Please don't tell us what the document was, all right? But did you ever have a document in the full real name of the deceased child whose identity that you used?
I don't recall doing so, but it's quite possible, as you asked, that I had a copy of the death certificate.
Yes or no? Did you ever have a passport?
No.
Thank you, HM122. That's all I ask.
Do you have any re-examination? No. Then thank you very much for your patience and perseverance and for doing your best to remember what happened all those years ago and telling us frankly about it.
Thank you.
Grateful to you.
Sure.
We will resume tomorrow at 10 when I think we hear from Mr. Adams and later Mr. John Burke-Monaville.
Say yes.